Day 16 of the war, and things are still going better than most would have you believe. Yeah, across the board, both coverage and commentary has been consistently shocked at the fact that this war has not been won with overwhelming ease within 16 days. Some of us who understand and understood the problem and have been warning about it for years and didn't actually expect anything from any president of the US or the prime minister of Israel, have been enjoying what's going on in the sense that the war is actually being fought and it's being continued. And as I think you guys discussed yesterday, I was not available to participate or watch, but um, Trump has dropped the timeline, which was originally 4 to 5 weeks, then was going to be shorter, and then was the war was almost over because there's nothing left to bomb. Luckily for us, as bizarre as it is to put it that way, um, the Iranians aren't giving him an out. He would have liked to declare victory in one of those situations, like in the 12-day war, where the Iranians could also declare victory, or he would have liked to have a Delcy Rodriguez, some sort of situation. The Iranians are not going to give him that option. I don't think Trump fully understands what religious fanatics, what true believers are, and how far they would go. But he is finding out, and he is not backing down, which is, of course, if he did, we would all be screwed big time. We would be screwed, worse than had this not happened. Because look, it's all China and Russia are looking. All the bad actors on the planet are watching at what Trump is going to do. Does he have the resolve to continue? And it looks like he does. He's also sending ground troops. Well, he's sending Marines to the area. I don't know that he's sending ground troops, but he's sending Marines. He's sending warships. He's maybe sending another aircraft carrier, I believe. So yeah, we will obviously continue to monitor the situation, and report as much as we can. Today we started late for reasons, but we are going to be starting earlier. Well, we had a plan that, yeah. Anyway, so yeah,
Why are you saying it? It's like, no, we started on time. We wanted to start at this time today.
yes, but we didn't announce that we're starting at this time today. Anyway,
We haven't
yeah, this
announced
is
any
in
times
the
in the
coming
last
days.
few
The
weeks.
streams will be starting earlier as they have been. This episode of the War Stream is also, as yesterday, sponsored by Quent Cordair Fine Art. You can see some art pieces above us, and also the URL, and there's a QR code. And yeah, these the episodes of yesterday and today, all not all, a portion of the proceeds will go towards supporting ARCUK, and you get great art, and you get to support a great cause. We will be joined by Linda Cordair in about 20 minutes, and then a couple times later, she will be showing us a work of art or a couple on each of these. Yeah, and you can see Daniel there scrolling on his phone. Okay, Daniel, any opening comments? And then I think we should go straight to what the All In podcast had to say, specifically David Sachs, in what may have been, I think, the worst commentary I have heard so far about the war from a podcast that people, for some reason, take seriously. I don't watch it that much, but one of the things I've watched in recent months was them having Nick Shirley on, that kid who cannot string one full sentence in the English language together, and yet the right treated him as some sort of hero because he told them that there are bad black people in Minnesota or something like that.
Brown people.
What?
Brown people.
Brown? Are they brown? Anyway, what is
Somalis are not black.
the dark brown? They're somewhere on that rate. Anyway, they're dark enough to be bad, or to for people who like Nick Shirley and that kind of content to think, oh, good, we have more proof of these people being bad. Anyway, Daniel.
Just a second, I'm googling Somalis. Well, first of all, I'm feeling like super self-conscious. I don't know what's going on with this shirt, but like I cannot figure out how I'm supposed to wear it because it's like I'm feeling self-conscious about my shoulders because I think I'm supposed to have much broader shoulders for this to work or whatever. But I'm not as self-conscious as Netanyahu, who recently came out and had to say that I'm alive, as if that was ever like a question, as if anybody, well, the conspiracies were also, of course, doubting it. They, watched that video and it's like, oh, he has 6 fingers. I still am not able to find the 6 fingers on like that video. I still see 5. But apparently he posted a video from like I don't know if it was Starbucks or some other coffee shop. But yeah, he's alive. He just needed coffee or something. It's, I mean, maybe good for morale. I don't know, but it seems like such a pointless thing. You're muted, or I cannot hear you.
I was muted. Should we go to the video? And I don't know if you have the full video or if we're going straight to David Sachs, but it should be the latter. Or if not, we will hear some stuff that they have to say other than that.
I mean, the others talk for like 10 minutes. I don't know if you wanna.
No, let's fast forward. Romancing the Troll says always better with no ads. I completely agree. So episodes that are not sponsored by Cordair.com, by any other sponsor, there is a super chat goal in which we can get rid of the ads, and also people who want to sponsor episodes, get in touch, let us know. We can have your whatever it is you want to promote, assuming it is philosophically aligned or not objectionable to us. And yeah, among other benefits, we will get ad-free streams.
Sachs, your thoughts?
Well, I agree that we should try to find the off ramp. I mean, I agree with what Brad and Jamal said about that. Look, we've degraded Iranian capabilities massively. Their army, navy, air force all been destroyed. This is a good time to declare victory and get out. And that is clearly what the markets would like to see.
Let's
you are
pause here.
seeing, however,
let's pause here. Okay, because it is kind of telling that we need to get out now. The whole idea of the West being so weak that if we've done a couple of weeks of actually damaging the enemy that wants to kill us all, then we don't need to get rid of them. We don't need to ruin their aspirations of actually getting rid of us all. The markets are upset, so the markets want us to get out. So let's have this kind of short-term thinking of my portfolio is higher now than it was yesterday, and that's all that matters. This is unbelievable short-sightedness, and it will result in an absolute disaster. And wait till you hear what he has to say later, but you can already see an indication of, remember, this guy works for Trump, among other things. He is the, what is it, Bitcoin czar, AI czar,
guru or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, technically the markets don't necessarily have any like correlation completely with capitalism. Capitalism is simply a social system that recognizes an individual's right to pursue his happiness, among others, life, liberty, and life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the purpose of the whole social system that should be here. Now, of course, I think markets and the stock exchange, the stock market, are, I think, relatively natural outcome or sort of follow-up from that. But that's not the purpose of government. The purpose of government is not to keep the markets stable or keep them in certain shape or keep them growing or keep them stimulated so it always grows, so people's 401ks keep growing. No, that's not the purpose of government. The purpose of government is to protect individual rights. Among them is right to life, which many Americans have that right threatened by Iran, America has to deal with it. Again, it's not for America to, again, keep a market stable or anything like that. But again, going to Sachs, of course, he is in the administration with a position, with a specific goal of getting the government involved in the economy in certain way, just the kind of economy we like. I don't know if it's specifically Bitcoin or just crypto general, but let me look up specifically what it is, because I did see it, and just so we have.
And by the way, while Daniel is looking up, first of all, let me thank Jonathan Honig for the super sticker. Jonathan, if at any point you can jump on and discuss this particularly, I'd love to hear what you have to say. As you know, my my knowledge of finance and investing basically comes down to what I remember from Jonathan's advice, which is never double down, which is not the advice I would give in war, and certainly not in this war, in which I would say absolutely double down, even if it hurts your portfolio short term.
I would also not do that. I think you double down on 11 if the dealer has a 6. So
You
I would
always
not.
you always double down on 11. There's no
What?
scenario in blackjack when you don't double down on 11. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, even if the dealer
Even
has
this
ace,
time?
because if he has ace and it's not a blackjack, then chances are your chances of getting 21 are very, very high if you have 11.
Well, I count cards, so I usually go by that. But yeah, David Sachs is a special advisor for AI and crypto, which was office established by Trump when he was elected. So nothing specific. I don't know how much he did on that frontier so far, but he is also a co-chair of the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. So this is the guy who is advising Trump on many things. And the fact that we have somebody, like, again, I would say, like, this is like, if I was a general, I would say, get out of the room, nerd. Like, this is not your forte. This is war. War has to be fought if it is proper. Of course, if this was an improper war, I would be calling for the end to it, but not to recover markets or to, get things on track or something, but because it is an improper war. If it's a proper war, you fight it, no matter what. There is no alternative. The damage coming out of it. Now, if we are not going to fight this war properly, which I mean, I think there is still a question to me if we will take it towards the end. Then you could make a case for it, but the solution there is to fight the war towards the end, not to get out.
Yeah, and by the way, if he is what did you say, advisor on science and technology or something like that? Yeah, I would not have him advise me on technology if you hear what we're going to hear soon. But before that, there's a question in the chat. What is the end goal? What is the exit strategy? And if the end goal is regime change, why is the administration wholly unwilling to commit to that proposition? First of all, I don't like the term exit strategy in war. The strategy should be, you should have a victory strategy, and that's it. And that's how you exit a bad situation. If this is a just war, you fight it to win, and that's the goal. Why is the administration unwilling to commit to wanting to win? I don't know. Like I've said, since the start of it, this is Trump doing the right things, probably for the wrong reasons, or at least not fully understanding the right reasons. And that's better than anything we've gotten for 50 years when it comes to Iran. So it's a shame. This should have been resolved in 1979. It's being resolved, maybe not, certainly not in the best way in 2026, because Trump himself has said, when they bombed military installations in Karg Island, he said, "Oh, I didn't bomb anything. I could, maybe I will. Maybe we'll do it just for fun." I think it was the last thing he said. But yeah, why aren't you doing it? So that's my question. Matt says, please comment on the Tucker Carlson news. We absolutely will. That is coming up. That is, I know people often complain when we talk about Tucker. I don't think we're going to get such complaints today, unless you don't know what the news is, and you won't complain once you hear it. Romancing the Troll. The trolls says exit strategies are for fires and marriages. I agree on the former. I do not agree on the latter. Somebody says war is a result of politicians failing to keep peace. No such thing as a just war. Well, I completely disagree. And the decision, one side in war needs to decide that there's a war, and then there's a war. You don't have
And
to
also,
want it.
what if the people want war? Like, how is that a failure to keep peace if the population wants to go to war?
Well, look, this is not an argument that this person is making. This is some sort of slogan that he heard somewhere and is repeating. I'm just answering it in case anybody else buys into that crap. Yeah, of course there is a just war. If a country wants to kill all your people and you prevent it from doing so, that is a just war. And if you are against that, you are not anti-war. You are pro-war. You are just against good people defending themselves against savages in war, which I assume from the question you are. Thank you, Kathleen, for the super chat. Kathleen says, loving the stonks and gambling tips, guys. Yeah, I was thinking after the gambling tips, that's the kind of thing that should be in a super chat goal, because those gambling tips will make you money. Just doubling down on 11, if you sit at a blackjack table for an hour once, will make you money, because you will get 11 a few times. But yeah, Daniel.
Oh yeah, the basic strategy of blackjack. Nobody ever heard from it but us.
You'd be surprised at how many people don't follow basic strategy and don't actually know about it and sit at a table randomly because they happen to be in a casino. And yeah, this could actually make people money. Daniel, don't be so cynical. Yeah,
It's not cynical. It's more
it's
about,
pretty cynical.
I had no. It's you are cynical, because I have belief in people's ability to know things. Like, I would assume blackjack basic strategy, even if you don't go by it. Like, at every table you have the card where you can just pick it up. Like, okay. Maybe people don't know about it.
Yeah, it is possible. Anyway, any thoughts on any of the above, or
I mean, it's possible. It's like innocent Palestinians. Maybe you can find one person, but I haven't seen such a person.
all right? Let's hear more from David Sachs.
All right.
Action of people, I'd say largely, but not exclusively, in the Republican Party, who want to escalate the war and who are calling for things like ground troops or regime change, or they simply want the pounding of Iran to just keep going on and on. I saw an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal to that effect, that we shouldn't try and find an off-ramp. We should just keep going with this. And I just want to lay out, I think, some of the risks of what
an
escalatory approach could entail. So first of all, we're all seeing that.
Daniel, stop it. Stop. Wait, please rewind a little bit. Yeah, because before he details his delusional risks, this is going to be next level, and we're going to hear it after we're joined by Linda. You hear from these people, that's the thing. All these people are telling you, while giving you their supposed commentary, they're also telling you they don't want America to win this war. They were against it to begin with. They're against fighting against Iran. Therefore, letting Iran have a nuclear weapon and have offensive capabilities that they can use and clearly use against any and every country they can fire at. So, and what do you think is going to happen? Will they never get missiles that can get to Europe? Never get missiles that can get to the U.S.? Not increase their offensive capabilities in the West through sleeper cells and whatever, and collaborations with cartels or what have you? I don't understand how these people think with their extremely short-term thinking. What am I missing here, Daniel? Is there anything here beyond current market volatility after 2 weeks? Okay. By the way, I love it when the trolls, ask a question that makes it seem like they're, semi-serious. And this person who said there is no such thing in just war actually wants to see the Jews exterminated, and that's their whole motivation. Thank you for letting us know, troll in the chat, who you really are. That's always good to find out. I mean, we don't see your name or picture, but That's par for the course for trolls.
I mean, I don't know much about David Sachs, just sort of like, especially his like political history. I don't know if he is like coming from like a libertarian perspective, or if he is just a sort of some kind of billionaire who just got involved in Trump administration, or what specifically is going on. But yeah, this is again, this is such an unserious, like I always say, this is such an unserious way of treating the subject. They just want to escalate escalate the war, talk about ground troops, regime change. He said, or was it Wall Street op-ed? So they simply want to pound Iran, or the pounding of Iran to continue. Like, really, is this what we are like dealing with? Like, I think again, fundamentally, you are either against this war or you're not. But don't give me this, oil prices is bad, or market prices is bad, or the stock market is going down. Like, my portfolio is down. I mean, I don't have that much, but like, especially the developing markets are down like 10%, at least on my side. That kind of is annoying, especially since it had a huge, huge coming up. Now, this is different for billionaires, but again, if you are somebody who's like a long-term investor, this shouldn't matter to you. Like, these like swings from one day to the other, or weeks, like this is nothing. Like, when Trump on April 2nd, right? It wasn't April 1st. On April 2nd, announced the Liberation Day with tariffs. What did it go down? I think at some point for me it was down like 15%. With my and I had a global index, not just America. And that was like in like a few weeks, and so what? It recovered. Again, if you are a long-term investor, it will recover. Especially since he is somebody in the administration, I feel like he should have. Again, like I don't know how I even feel about somebody like this being in administration. Somebody who seems to. I'm not necessarily sure if like undermining like Trump's position, but yeah, going against it. And I'm not saying there should be like a complete yaysayers in the administration, but at least like general understanding of what we're doing and putting out the same message, rather than I mean, the worst part about all of this war is the mixed messaging coming from Trump's administration, from some regard. Like, just tell us what you want to do, and then we can go with it.
Yeah, and just a investing tip from me: even if your portfolio goes up, 10,000% a day, you cannot like hold it up and protect yourself from a ballistic missile with a nuclear warhead. Doesn't matter where on the planet you are and how much money you have in your portfolio. Thank you, Roland, for the super chat. Roland says, as someone who's worked for a betting company, I can give you guys the ultimate winning strategy. Be the house. The house always wins. I completely agree. If anybody is actually including gambling winnings in their financial planning, that is true. If somebody likes pays for it as entertainment, a couple of hours at the blackjack table are pretty fun.
Well,
if
ultimate
somebody actually
game
counts cards right, they do have a slight edge over the house, but that is insanely hard. I would not recommend
it's not hard.
counting on that. What?
It's not hard.
Okay, we can next time you're in London, I want to see what you do at a casino, if you can actually count cards properly. Anyway, that is not
I don't have
topic.
enough bankroll to like, because you have to play over, because the edge you have is pretty small. And especially in London, which is where I played, I think the 10-pound blackjack table is always full. The 25 pounds is a lot. Like, like you might still run at the low streak. But yeah, I think with if you are at the 2-1 table, meaning blackjack pays out 2-1, and yeah, you also count cards. And also strategy changes a little bit if you are counting cards. So
It's not 2-1; it's 3-2, as opposed to 6-5. But Linda, do we have Linda? Does she have the link?
she is here.
Oh, well, we are joined now by Linda Cordair, who will show us what you can get from Quentin Cordero Fine Art, and you should get it this weekend. And put the code ARCUK so that a portion of the proceeds go to us. Linda, how's it going?
It's going well. It's cold here, but I have much better investments than blackjack for you. And I'm a poker player. So speaking of cards, but
wait, before you continue, Daniel, can you move you and me to the side so we see Linda in more bigger part of the screen, and whatever she is showing us there in the gallery will also be better seen that way. And Linda, you can, yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of me. And I'm a lot. But thank you, gentlemen, very much. I'm excited to be able to be doing this for ARC UK this weekend. It's extra special because a portion of the proceeds from anything that you purchase at Cordero.com, which if I do this, I don't know if you can see the URL up there, is going to go to ARC UK because these guys have been busting their asses to get us the most recent news and the honest news. And I would really like to reward them for that. So we still need your super chats, but I'm excited that you don't have to deal with any of the ads like I have been for the last 2 weeks, except when we get those super chat goals. So I thought what I would do is just take this moment to walk around the gallery a little bit. Lighting outside is weird, so I apologize. But you're going to get a sense for how much art is here. We have over 400 pieces of art in the gallery right now. And it's not all expensive. There are some beautiful works of art that start at less than $100. Yes, we can top out at a lot more than that. But in between the beautiful prints, the lovely sculptures, even Quent's books, there are pieces in here that are very affordable. And the important thing is that you get something you want to see every day. We've been doing this for 30 years, and I have a very special announcement that has gone out to a few places, but we are doing something we've never done before, and it's called Make an Offer March. The gallery is full, the economy is weird. If you see a piece in the gallery that you want to see every day in your home or your office, let me know and make a reasonable offer. If I can make it work for you, I will. And if you do it this weekend, a portion of those proceeds are going to go to these wonderful people at ARC UK.
Thanks so much, Linda. And we will hear from you again in a couple of hours, and then again a couple of hours later. So thank you. And of course, the Cordero.com link, what's it called? QR code, all that stuff is on the screen the whole time, people. So you have no excuse if you only catch some of this stream. Yeah, you can't say you didn't know. And
I'm
Linda,
going to be monitoring the chat. So if anybody has any questions, I can try to catch you there. Most importantly, if you're on the website, there's a chat there as well. But remember to use ARC UK when you check out. I'll ask anyway when I contact you. But let's keep these guys in Coke Zero.
And yeah, if you don't have any questions for Linda, come up with some and ask them anyway, because it's good for the algorithm. Thanks, Linda. We'll see you in a couple of hours.
See you in a bit. Cheers.
Okay, moving from great art to terrible commentary is quite the transition. Luckily, we'll have the transition in the other direction in a couple of hours. But yeah, let's hear some more from David Sachs. It only gets better or worse depending on if you're there for the commentary or the entertainment.
Well, just quickly, because Kathleen in the chat says, don't waste your money and life playing stupid games in casinos. So I would say if you go to a casino to like try to make money, you're being like ridiculous about what you think might happen, unless you're playing blackjack and you're counting cards and you're playing, as Rosa said, 3-1, 3-2 table. Or maybe poker, but even then, I would say the main part of casino should be entertainment. You should go there with a certain amount of money, saying, I'm okay with losing this money, and then simply entertain yourself. Because I think entertainment is pretty good there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, again, like if you buy a concert ticket that's hundreds of pounds, but it's a moment you'll remember for the rest of your life. That's great. Also, since we are in life advice mode, with bad things or things that are rightfully considered bad, the poison is very much in the dosage. It's I had a unexpected and unwanted medical situation in the U.S. Last summer, and in the hospital they gave me something that they gave me a prescription for something that sounded to me like heroin. Now I said no thanks, um, but it is something that yeah, people take to get high and end up ruining their life, but also is given by medical professionals to ease people's pain. And yeah, there's going to sitting at a blackjack table and having some fun, and then there's putting your life savings on the line because you think you might double them, and then ending up homeless and addicted to heroin with no money for to solve either problem. So there is a range there, and the poison, as always, is in the dosage. All right. The dosage of David Sachs we're gonna get is definitely poisonous, but we will try to bring the antidote.
Wall Street Journal to that effect, that we shouldn't try and find an off ramp. We should just keep going with this. And I just want to lay out, I think, some of the risks of what an escalatory approach could entail. So first of all, we're all seeing that the Straits of Hormuz are closed right now. We don't want that to persist longer than it has to. But there are actually worse outcomes than that. So if the Iranians get hit, if their oil and gas infrastructure gets hit, they've already said they're going to engage in tit-for-tat retaliation against the Gulf states. And we saw there was recently, the Iranians blew up this giant oil depot in Oman. You saw some of those images. They could continue to target the oil and gas infrastructure across the Gulf states.
I want to pause here because listen to the subtext there. We don't want to keep fighting this war because we can't win, because the enemy is so strong, because they can cause damage today. So we should back off, let them grow their ballistic missile. That is what follows from what he is offering. Let them grow the ballistic missile stockpiles. Let them develop nuclear weapons, because you're not going to stop them from developing nuclear weapons by backing off in the military action that's meant to prevent that, among other things. This is so unbelievably defeatist, and this is somebody from the administration. This is what really shocks me. I mean, again, the All In podcast is highly successful, and from my little experience watching it, I can't for the life of me understand why. But then again, when I look at the culture, and when I look at politics and where political discourse has gone and where policies have gone, especially on the right, it makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the same thing. Like either this war is right or this war is wrong. But don't give me these. Like, what do you think? There was like ever a war in history, which you know. And I saw this video on like IG now that is like the war is going bad, and it shows like an image of an American like having to pay $2 more on gas. Like this is the fact that America is waging a war in Iran against Iran right now, and most Americans probably, like, unless you watch the news, probably don't even know about it. Like they will probably shrug away even the sort of temporary rise in the price of gas. I mean, on many ways, it's incredible the fact that Americans don't really feel this war yet, and he already wants to give up. Like, what happens if there is ever like I don't want to say like an actual war, but sort of like a bigger war that America has to engage with? Or is America just never going to engage in defensive war ever because it gets too tough? Like during World War II, people like you were getting rations. Some people like were going on without food because of how bad the situation was. Yet it was still being fought. And then now it's like, well, you know, Dow went down 50 points, so now we have to get out. It went down a bit more, I think, went a few thousand points, but still, I think the point stands.
Let's hear some more.
And if that happens, it won't really matter if the straits get reopened because you won't be able to restart oil and gas production in the Middle East. So that would be, I think, a much worse outcome that could result from escalation. Furthermore, there's an even worse, I think, scenario from there, which is the region is very dependent on desalination plants. Something like 70% of Riyadh gets their water from desalination. I think it's something like 100 million people on the Arabian Peninsula that get their water from desal. I mean, it's basically a desert, right? And those desal plants are soft targets. You already saw I think there was one desal plant in Iran that got hit, and then it caused Iran again, tit for tat, to hit a desal plant. I think it was in Kuwait. I could be off about that. But in any event, if you see that type of destruction continue, you could literally render the Gulf almost uninhabitable. I mean, you're just not going to have enough water for 100 million people, and human beings just cannot survive very long without water. So that would be a truly catastrophic scenario. And we're talking about destroying the Gulf states economically and then also from a humanitarian perspective. So I think we have to take things like this into account when you hear people preaching for or advocating for escalation. You also have to, I think, consider the impacts on.
I think the next point is the kind of the highlight, but yeah, his whole spiel here is you know, if we don't, his whole spiel here is we can't win or they can do bad things now, so let's throw in the towel. I don't actually have much to add on what I said on the previous one, because he is going full on, but he is continuing this defeatist attitude, and yeah, appears to be. We're going to hear some of what the others replied to him with, but it's just shocking that somebody like this, again, is not just a popular and mainstream commentator on the right, but is in fact part of the administration.
So again, with things like this, whenever I hear to people talking about something a little bit unconventional or trying to bring out some different ideas, after listening to them, I always try to say, okay, with all that, now what? Okay, what do you want to do? Okay, whatever. Iran is approaching in tit for tat. We have to look for a way out. Okay, and then what? So Iran gets back to developing its nuclear missiles, its nuclear program. They'll improve their ballistic missiles program. They'll continue trading with China, or do we reapproach them with a trade? Do we try to get some sort of a deal? What do you want to see? And maybe he'll tell us. Maybe he'll tell us what he actually wants to see. Somebody in the chat says it sounds like he has been listening to Professor Jiang. Wouldn't be surprised. The guy has been sort of getting the rounds. But hey, this is the type of stuff where I don't know what to do with it. Okay, so you don't want to fight the war with Iran, so all right, what then? Like, maybe this goes back to the naivete of some of the Americans of the, we just want to do business. We just want to, be at peace with all these countries and not deal with anything. Well, they don't want to be at peace with you. They want you to die. The Iranians want you to die. Definitely its leadership, and unfortunately some of the people as well want you to die. What trade do you want to do with those people?
Yeah, it's the rational actor fallacy that we heard from Anna Kasparian a couple of months ago when we went through her video explaining why a nuclear Iran would be better for the world, and the assumption is all countries just want what's best for them, what's best for their people, whatever, however they present it. And so we should assume that they all lie when they say, that they're just going to follow what their God said and kill infidels, even when that's what they've been doing. Because we're going to assume, okay, that's what they've been doing. That's what they'll continue to do. That's what they did on October 7th. And since, but they're not going to nuke anybody, right? They're going to stop short of nuking. They're raining ballistic missiles on civilian populations, trying to kill as many civilians as possible across the Middle East. But they're not going to do it with bigger weapons when they have the chance. They're not going to farm it out to one of their proxies, right? Because they're all states are rational actors. That's essentially the assumption. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super sticker. Okay, before we go back and we get to the highlight of what this guy is saying, let me just quickly go to some news. So Hezbollah has been increasing its bombing. Let me just get rid of this guy. Hang on a second. Yeah, I think we've had enough of him. All right. Yeah. Hezbollah has increased its rocket and missile fires towards the north of Israel. For the most part, there have been multiple barrages from Iran to the center of Israel. 5 injured in the Tel Aviv area. Okay, there was an American report that Khamenei Sr. was worried that Mujtaba would be his successor, but nothing to worry about for him because he's no longer around. So, yeah, also the IDF says that 70% of Iran's launchers have been destroyed, which is very successful and impressive. But of course, it still means that they have launchers. But we're also going to get later to reports that we've been hearing more and more of. The mainstream media doesn't seem to like it, but you can still find it in some mainstream media about Iranian soldiers and just troops in general, basically understanding that their life doesn't matter to the regime. And some of them don't like it. Some of them, I'm sure, are true believers and are happy to die for the cause, but not everybody. And it turns out that the fact that if you launch rockets, you launch missiles, you might kill some people on the other side, but you will probably die as well. For some people, that's not the great trade that the Iranian regime tells its troops that it is. And that could be a big, big deal. Again, when the Iranian people rise up and the war, if at that point the war for Iran, for the regime, is on 2 fronts, at home against its hopefully somewhat armed civilian uprising, and against U.S. And Israeli firepower, and hopefully against at least on the offensive side, facing other countries trying to shoot stuff down, that is going to be very, very significant. Nobody thought this would be fully easy. Yeah, this is I still think it's easier than expected, but nobody thought this was going to be a couple days. So yeah, if done right, we are absolutely on the right track, as long as we don't listen to defeatist sad people like David Sachs, who we are about to listen to anyway after Daniel gives his commentary.
I don't have much to add here.
Then let's go straight to David Sachs.
On Israel, I mean, it's hard to know exactly how much damage Israel is taking right now. There's a social media blackout. But what you're starting to hear trickle out is that Israel's getting hit harder than they've ever been hit before in their history. And we're only 2 weeks into this.
Okay, let's pause here. And Daniel, I will ask you to rewind a few seconds, first of all, because I want to hear all of that again. That was like 3 seconds of lies and again, defeatism on steroids. First of all, there is no social media blackout in Israel. And you don't need to. I don't understand how somebody in the administration can. And what is he? An advisor on science and technology? Don't you need to have a working understanding of social media to be an advisor on technology? Is that not part of the stuff you need to know? What an incredible, unbelievable statement. In Israel, yeah, you're not supposed to show exactly where ballistic missiles land when they land, because that gives information to the enemy that the enemy can then use to kill more Israelis. But in 16 days so far, and again, for people who are on the side of life, any loss of life is a tragedy. The total number of dead in 16 days so far is below the number of dead for Israel in the 12-day war last year, which was also surprisingly low. It's less than multiple suicide bombings in March of 2002 individually. Like, there have been several in that month alone, and outside of that month, where more people died than have died so far in this war. I don't know if this guy heard of October 7th, but he said Israel is getting hit harder than ever before. What are you talking about? There has never been a war in Israel's history, and we are 16 days in, and people are still under fire. So this is not a final tally. Let's hope it is, but it is probably not. There has never been a war where so few Israelis died. So this actual absolute bullshit. I just don't get. Again, I don't get how this can happen in mainstream. But yeah, Daniel, can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, again, there is this. Like, I don't know what to even do with that. Like, saying that, um, there's such a censorship in Israel that we have no idea what's going on. Well, one, I don't know how that even really plays into it. He is an American. He deals with the American side of it. I don't know why he should care. I mean, like, care for their lives, obviously, but sort of like from the strategic perspective, like, why? Like, I just don't get it. What exactly is happening here? And by the way, I just quickly looked it up, something like Israel censorship, whatever, and I found an article on the Dissident, which is citing Army Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, who was on interview with Democracy Now. So this is the type of stuff. Like, come on, like, don't, give me a break. We are dealing with actual propagandists. If this was like somebody reputable that I could like go to, and again, obviously you don't want to broadcast any damage that Iran does, but we have people in Israel, like, you cannot hide these things. We know about the damage from Iran, mainly because we are the ones to recording it, the damage we do. But again, if Iran, Iran should post some pictures of destroyed Israeli military sites or military launchers destroyed or whatever, right? I mean, that's why we are publishing it. We are publishing all of the stuff we're destroying because we want to, in a sense, bring up the morale on our side. Iran is publishing AI-generated videos of Tel Aviv being destroyed. This is the level we're dealing with.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, you have mainstream people saying, oh, is Netanyahu dead? Wait, is Tel Aviv destroyed? Israel Katz is dead. Like, and again, when I hear that, what I wonder about is their audience, and is nobody in their audience, when they see again that Netanyahu is dead, is not dead, are they going to go, hang on a second, why did you lie to me? I thought we were all on the same side of fighting the genocide and blah blah blah. When they see that Tel Aviv is not destroyed, which they can do when they watch this channel and see Iyal walking around, in the center of Tel Aviv, are they going to say, hang on, why are you lying? I mean, we want this to happen. Isn't lying about it bad? Now, I don't expect that of many people, but I wonder, is there literally nobody in their audience who at any point will say, stop lying to me? Anyway, thank you, Bullmoose, for the super chat. Bullmoose says, a cluster munition landed on the road less than 100 meters away from me today, and dozens of people from the area came to take pictures and parts of the munition, sending them to the internet, including Iran. First of all, Bullmoose, glad you're safe, and that is scary as hell. That's something to remember, that when Israelis, we hear the sirens on this show sometimes when somebody from Israel is on a show, and especially if it's Iyal and he has that funny siren, we hear that and we kind of laugh, but that is actually like people trying to kill you with a hypersonic ballistic missile. It is scary as hell. If it falls on the building you're in, it doesn't matter if you're in in the safe room, in a shelter, probably doesn't matter. Yeah, it's terrifying. And yeah, people in Israel, once again, stay safe, and people anywhere else also stay safe, because remember, these savages will attack in the West, and are attacking in the West, and they're attacking in other places in the Middle East. So yeah, this is the right thing to do, and it will end well if we stay the course. But it's gonna be very uncomfortable until then. Bulmu says, "I heard a whistle, then an explosion and shrapnel. That's terrifying." And yeah, glad that was all it was. Shmuju, I don't know if I would completely write off McKinsey because David Sachs worked there and some of their other clients. Yeah, it's unfortunate that you know major major firms, major consulting firms, or any such companies end up working with government. But that's more on government than it is on those companies.
I mean, yeah. Although I would put it in also on the, to some extent, on the people, especially I think with the Trump administration, the cozying up seemed much bigger than sort of usually, and that again, that might come from government itself, the fact that Trump allowed himself or is explicit about basically wanting to have partnership or even own parts of companies. So maybe it's coming from that, but I don't like to see the side of it. From either side, I don't want government involvement in business. I don't want business involved in government. I don't want to see either in some ways equally, not because of some oligarchy or something, but that the people on the left keep screaming about, despite the fact that they want oligarchy just with a different kind of people.
Yeah, I think we should go back to David Sachs eventually. So let's hear more.
Right now, there's a social media blackout. But what you're starting to hear trickle out is that Israel is getting hit harder than they've ever been hit before in their history. And we're only 2 weeks into this. If this war continues for weeks or months, then Israel could just be destroyed, and there are very large parts of it. Now, I think Israel is a harder target than.
Okay, yeah, the thing he said there is Israel is a harder target than the Gulf states, and yeah, Iran knows that, which is why they've been hitting the Gulf states more than Israel. But Israel could be, again, unless he has information which none of us have, that Iran actually has a nuclear weapon, and if the war continues for weeks or months, they're gonna put nuclear warheads on ballistic missiles. Everything he says, and look, everything he says before that is pure lies. I'm interested in seeing to what extent people are pushing back, but yeah, Israel is nowhere near being destroyed. Israel is the safest it's ever been. Right now, it's the safest it's ever been in its history, because the existential threats to it and the things closer to existential threats, like Hezbollah, like an Iranian sponsored country with a dangerous army in Syria, and Iran itself, they've all been either destroyed or diminished so much that there's so little they can do. Again, Israel has never had a war that went this long or even shorter, that with so few casualties. It's unprecedentedly historical, and yet this guy pretends that it is exactly the opposite of what it is, and we don't know where it's coming from. Does he rely on Iranian-made AI videos? Because again, this is an AI czar. He should be able to tell that those are fake.
Yeah, I'm going through the comments and people seem to be hating on them, but I don't know for what reason, because nobody's specifying why they hate on them. So it could go either way. By the way, why is it always that it's only with free countries that the destruction matters? Like, we are bombing the hell out of Iran. Russia is like getting destroyed from within, just sort of like socially. But somehow that doesn't matter. It's only when we get struck that matters, because of people like this, because they'll give up. Like, as soon as like one building gets struck, they are ready to like give in. Like, I'm not. It's hard for me to say who doesn't have to like handle the consequences, or rather the sort of realities of fighting a war. But like, is this really what we have to do? Like, these people are in business. When they had like one bad quarter, did they like liquidate everything and get out of business? Is that how these people do business? Is like, once one thing goes bad or one thing goes not ideally, and in the way that you predicted, right? Because Israel did predict that it's not gonna be easy. It's not like Israel is going into this with like, nobody will die, not a single rocket will go through, not a single missile will go through, nothing bad will ever happen. No, like, you account for these instances. Like, you look at Ukraine and how they have been handling. What do these people think, that like Ukraine, not a single building has been struck, not a single thing has been destroyed? Like, bunch of Ukraine is just wasteland at this point. That used to be better. I mean, and it's hard to get out information from the people who are living the occupied Ukraine, right? And I've heard from some people it's not fun. It's not a good place to be. But many people in the rest of Ukraine are toiling through because they understand what this war really means and what giving up means. So, and I think many Israelis do as well. So,
yeah, people. We're talking, by the way, about a podcast that has over 1 million subscribers, has I don't know how many millions of views for every episode. I heard that people pay thousands of pounds to go to their conference. I think they had the vice president, right? They had Peter Thiel. They have like big names in their conference, and this is the kind of commentary you get from them. On this channel, you get the kind of commentary that doesn't hold back when people say the kind of crap that David Sachs says, and we will continue to do so, and we will do so better and reach a much wider audience with your support. So consider supporting us via super chats, by becoming a member, or by sponsoring episodes, as Quent Cordair Fine Art is doing today. You can see their ad right above Daniel and myself, and that does help in the battle of ideas, and help against, basically help rational people fight back against the David Saxes of the world. Let's hear more from him.
And the Gulf states, their infrastructure is more hardened. Also, they're further away. The Gulf states are vulnerable to drones and short-range missiles, whereas Israel is mainly vulnerable to long-range missiles. Nonetheless, at some point, their air defenses could become exhausted if it hasn't happened already, and Israel could get seriously destroyed. And then you have to worry about Israel escalating the war by contemplating using a nuclear weapon, which would truly be catastrophic. So
Okay,
there's a lot of scenarios here.
Look, I absolutely think that nuclear weapons should not be off the table in war, but I guarantee you the use of a nuclear weapon is not on the table in Israel. There is absolutely nobody contemplating it. The only way Israel would nuke anybody is if it was nuked, and even then, I'm not sure it would do that. But like, this is so, like, because his facts are made up, the follow-up commentary does actually follow in a sense, because he's talking about Israel being destroyed, which again, we've seen Israel be by the way, even this argument that Israel is more vulnerable to long-range missiles is kind of problematic. It is struggling with Hezbollah because of the sheer volume of them, and because Iran has not been able, or has chosen not to fire too many ballistic missiles at Israel, knowing Israel will shoot them out of the sky. So yeah, even that bit of commentary is not good, people.
yeah, again, I don't even know what to do with this. Israeli air defenses will get exhausted. What? They'll get tired? Like, what does it mean? Like, they're not getting targeted. They're not getting destroyed. It's the Iranian air defenses that are getting destroyed. Like, again, we go. There needs to be a name for this. I call it the Elon Musk syndrome. It's like you have a guy who's like great in certain areas, and then they think that they have the knowledge about all the areas. Like, you are a good businessman doesn't mean you know anything about foreign policy, doesn't mean you know anything about even government administration. Like, that's a completely different, like, if you know, just a reminder to people about you know, sort of honesty with yourself and your knowledge. If there is like a whole science dedicated to researching a topic, you probably need more information and more experience in that subject than just you know, like maybe reading up upon it after the Iran war has happened. Um, Again, there is a whole field of foreign policy, of international relations, of you know, like governance, of the markets. You are a businessman. I don't know what's like. I know he was involved in PayPal and things like that. So I don't know how much of like he specifically knows about it. But again, just because you're good in one area doesn't give you almost any knowledge in different kinds of area, especially when you're jumping from sciences or from like sort of the hard sciences to humanities.
Yeah, by the way, a good counter argument for everything that you have said, Daniel, and everything I have said so far, which I'm sure is the counter argument Megyn Kelly would give, is that 88 people are now watching live, and it was a bit higher before, and only 49 have liked this show. So obviously, and I'm sure, I don't know how many thousands, tens of thousands of likes this All In podcast has. So clearly they are right and we are wrong. But you can help make us less wrong by liking this show and also get us closer to competing with major podcasts like the All In podcast. It's quite the journey from where we are, but we're here for it. Brian says in the chat, the thing is, even when they argue politics, people understand the cast has different opinions. People only want their investment advice. They all disagree with each other on politics regularly. Yeah, and I have heard interesting stuff from them. But yeah, yeah, maybe they should kind of delimit their
And again,
commentary.
I would say, for regular people, just like blackjack has been solved, investment has been solved. There is no more advice you need unless you are going like do your own business. But if we are talking about investment for regular people, that has been solved a long time ago, and we'll give you how it has been solved at 100 or 50 pounds over chat.
If you are Daniel, first of all, I think we need a bunch of disclaimers if you're going to give investment advice, and hopefully Jonathan can text them all to you so you can read them if you're going to do that.
No, you don't need to give like because I'm no like I'm no. It's only the people who actually are in that field that have to give like a disclaimer. And I'm not American anyway, so.
All right. But this is a UK company, so we are liable in this country. But yeah, at 100 pounds, Daniel will give unofficial investment advice that you should not blame us if it doesn't work. Yeah. By the way, I think I know where David Sachs gets his info from, because I see somebody in the chat saying Ben Gurion Airport was put out of commission yesterday. So clearly there are great resources for people who want to tell us that it is over for Israel. Thank you, RG Rappaport, for the super chat. RG Rappaport says, thank you for the informative podcast. Thank you. And thank you for your support. And yeah, we will continue to do this. And fortunately for us, people like David Sachs and, as you'll see later, Tucker Carlson give us lots of content, so we can, yeah, we are going to keep this going for a while. All right, Daniel, do you want to play some more?
Well, just because somebody in the chat said, why is he talking about it? So I don't know what they talk about regularly on the show, but I think it's a case of, you know, this is in the news, we have to give an opinion, which again, you can simply not talk about this. When, like, I still remember when the Pakistan-India like conflict happened, well, it's still happening, but sort of there was this brief window where like there was an escalation of things. I was praying to God they will de-escalate it, because I know nothing about the Pakistani-Indian conflict, and I really didn't want to do a show where I would have to like come up with something to talk about, because I know so little. So generally, there are topics where, you know, it's good if you don't talk about it, because maybe you just don't know anything about it. You know, we started focusing on Israel at this point for like 3 years, so we have this one area of, I think, specialized knowledge, especially when it comes from the moral side, that others don't. But yeah, again, you don't have to talk about all things.
Yeah, somebody in the chat, I guess a troll, I haven't seen this person before, says pro-genocide Gaza propaganda channel. No, we're actually pro-Israel and therefore anti-genocide, but welcome and stay tuned. All right, let's hear some more.
Really frightening scenarios about where escalation could lead. And even though the United States is a much more powerful country than Iran, they essentially have a dead man's switch over the economic fate of the Gulf states, and even potentially beyond that, you know, the habitability of some of these countries. So I do tend to think that this is a good time to declare victory. I think, Brad, you're right that the president has never said that democracy promotion is one of his objectives. Yes, JCal, obviously everyone would welcome if the people rose up and chose a new regime, but that's not something that we've said we have to accomplish.
Okay. He says declare victory, and then he says we can declare, as an explanation why we can declare victory now, he says the president never said democracy is an objective. True, but he did set out some objectives which have not been achieved. So how can you declare victory if you haven't? Yeah, you can declare victory without achieving a goal you haven't set out to achieve, but you can't declare victory if you don't achieve the goals you have set out to achieve. They will continue. They will have ballistic missile stockpiles if we stop now. They will continue building their nuclear weapons program. They will continue sponsoring terrorism around the world. So no goal has been achieved yet. We are well on our way to achieving them. So if we declare victory now but back off, we will have lost.
Yeah, I don't have much to add here. I mean, it's the same kind of BS.
Right, that the president has never said that democracy promotion is one of his objectives. Yes, JCal, obviously everyone would welcome if the people rose up and chose a new regime, but that's not something that we've said we have to accomplish. And this would be a really good time to take stock of where we are and try, I think, to seek an off-ramp. And look, if escalation doesn't lead anywhere good, then you have to think about, well, how do you de-escalate? And de-escalation, I think, involves reaching some sort of ceasefire agreement or some sort of negotiated settlement with Iran. And we can get into more what that looks like. But I think that's the big picture, is that if escalation could lead in all these horrifying directions, and I think that's not the right approach. You have to look at de-escalation.
Okay.
JCal, where are you?
Brian, I agree. I want to hear what the other cast members are going to say. And luckily, we just heard the last of David Sachs in that round. But it is interesting because he does say declare victory, but he's also saying negotiated settlement. And he's giving all the reasons for all the damage that Iran can cause. So what he is actually saying is, let's beg Iran to stop causing harm and then say that we won. No, a negotiated settlement is not victory. Unconditional surrender is victory, and not the Trump version of unconditional surrender as conveyed by Caroline Leavitt of whenever Trump decides it's unconditional surrender, but unconditional surrender in the way the Japanese surrendered. They nuked them. They nuked them again. They would have nuked them again as long as it took. And that is what unconditional surrender is. And sometimes it takes more than 2 weeks. And that's fine. It's the right thing to do. So you do it, and you do it on your timeline rather than doing it on their timeline when they already have nukes.
Yeah, and again, it's like such a crazy state of reality because, like, just a reminder, we did nuke 2 cities. We pumped the hell out of like 2 Japanese cities because it was a preferable way of of trying to finish the conflict, which again, we didn't know that it would finish the conflict, right? We didn't know how many, like the first bomb wasn't enough, right? So we literally dropped a nuclear bomb. And the Japanese said, we'll take our chances and continue fighting. So it wasn't until the second one that they really did decide to surrender. So, yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, no, you can. I just had a response to somebody in the chat, but you can finish your thoughts.
So yeah, I'd say you fight this war and you do whatever is necessary to end it as soon as possible. That is the only way out of this conflict. Because again, Iran, like, why would Iran has all the cards? Like, if you want to negotiate, Iran has all the cards for negotiations. Like, they have no reason to give up anything. And maybe they'll give some symbolic things to Trump. Maybe they'll allow him to do certain things that they haven't before. But the fundamental thing hasn't changed. The fundamental thing hasn't been solved. The fact that Iran wants to wipe out the West, that will not go away. That is not something that just changes after taking a break or after maybe introspecting a little bit.
Robin in the chat says, whatever happened to we do not negotiate with terrorists? I think that I loved it when that was the case. I think it was a case about until episode 6 or 7 of season 1 of 24. But I don't recall, like, the U.S. has always, unfortunately, negotiated with terrorists, Israel as well. And I'd love to see the day when that is no longer a thing. Secret Bass Rings uses the Razi mic drop emoji, which deserves a mention. Thank you, Bullmoose, for the super chat. Bullmoose says, it also sounds like criminal shoots victim. Bystander says to both calm down. This guy would make a funny police negotiator. Stupid, but funny. Yes, I don't want to see that. But you know what I want to see even less is him being an advisor to the president of the United States, which turns out he is.
I think we have an offer from Linda in the chat.
Yeah, Linda says, I'll give away a 2026 Quen Cordair Fine Art calendar to the next 4 $20 super chats. So people, a $20 super chat not only does what any super chat does anyway, which is support our work, it also gets you a calendar from Quen Cordair Fine Art. So,
and if those happen, we also get to the £100 super chat, which will go to my financial advice, # not financial advice.
We are giving away too much for too little, but this is Super Sunday here, Super Chat Sunday, we can call it. All right, Daniel. Actually, Daniel, do you want to put that also somewhere in the banner? Actually, when you have time, and you know what, leave it until we have a third panelist, so you can spend time on that. And until then, only people watching live now know it. So maybe we'll already get those 4 super chats
on this. Complicated. I have my personal feelings on regime change.
Hang on. I'm sorry. You started when I was going to say this, but Kathleen exceeds the requested amount by sending a £20 super chat saying sold with a heart emoji. Thank you, Kathleen, for the super chat, and congratulations on getting the first of those 4 calendars. 3 more left, people. Get yours soon, because it's not time limited. It's when people get them, they're gone. All right, back to the content.
Yeah, and we'll get in touch with Kathleen in some way. I'll keep track of it. And, well, we know who she is, so it's easier to get in touch with her. But for others who maybe we don't know, you'll be able to contact us on the website. So we'll get in touch with you.
JCal, where are you on this?
Complicated. I have my personal feelings on regime change. And since we don't have the information the Mossad and the CIA and Trump has, I do think Trump would only do this if he had a very high probability of success and an off-ramp. However, it's not looking good with the off-ramp right now, and it could be quite chaotic. I think if the neocons get their way and the people on Polymarket are correct, the sharps who say 57% chance we'll have boots on the ground, I think this is kind of the end of Trump's second term. And if you were to put together
all right, wow,
the series,
with friends like these, is that like the positive response? I don't know what that was, but yeah. On the one hand, he doesn't like criticism of Trump, unlike Trump's advisor there. So he's like, yeah, Trump wouldn't do this if he didn't have what was it, a clear whatever, and an off ramp. Again, what's with the off ramp? It's war. Where's the victory ramp? But yeah, and then he's still worried about negative consequences of actually continuing the war to victory. So who is actually the voice of reason among these four? Maybe we'll find out. I don't know. Thank you, Catherine, for the super chat. Daniel.
Yeah, again, I hate this kind of like. Again, I obviously don't like Trump, but I'm gonna say the nice things he does or whatever. Or I shouldn't say nice things. The things I want to see, if he does them good. I don't think that redeems him, but at least I get what I think I should. But it's always like whenever Trump does something bad, it's always, well, the neocons in the government, the Trump's, no, they don't say Trump administration. They say, well, the current administration. No, say the name. It is Trump. Like the things that happen under his watch are his thing. Nobody else can blame him. Trump himself would agree with that. He says that when whoever is in the White House, that's whose problem it was. So whatever bad happens, that's Trump. Whatever good happens, that's Trump. I don't like this hiding and this running away from criticism, or this roundabout way of criticizing, where it's like, yeah, who are the neocons in like Trump's administration? What, like J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard? Are those the neocons? No, it's Trump and the people he appointed. It is like, I don't know if like Marco Rubio is like considered a neocon, but let's say him, or people in the House or Senate, right? Lindsey Graham or people like that. Well, still, again, that's Trump's people. That's either Trump appointed people, or people behind Trump, or people that Trump is behind them. So let's put it what it is.
Yeah, there hasn't been a neocon in the administration in the U.S. since January 20th, 2009. Neocon is just a weasel word used by isolationists and Russia apologists to express their opposition to any defensive war that America might take before it gets nuked or has planes fly into its buildings. It's not a serious argument, and it's the argument you have when you don't have serious arguments and still want to make an argument.
Of mistakes that he's made, and the administration's made, they're really at the heart of why people voted for him. You take starting a war like this, specifically with Iran, that's what we were told was the reason to vote for President Trump. He was not going to take us down this path. He was not going to risk World War III. He was not going to risk a nuclear possibility, as Sachs correctly points out. And now you have all the MAGA supporters from Tucker to MTG to Rogan, Matt Walsh, Megyn Kelly. They are all up in arms about this is the end of MAGA, and this is a massive betrayal. There's the 1B betrayal, where Trump wouldn't release the Epstein files. We'll put that aside because I don't think that's as important as starting World War III. And then obviously the insane, unnecessary cruelty we talked about many times on this podcast of ICE agents, which he has corrected by getting rid of Kristi Noem. So you start putting these things together. If this continues for another 6 months, it's basically going to result in the Democrats doing a clean sweep in the midterms. Here's the chart that I think,
Do these people know what a world war is? I mean, World War...
It's when America fights somebody.
Yeah, because America, again, the loss of life is tragic.
Or when it supports somebody fighting somebody.
America has lost 13 soldiers so far, right? Israel has lost 19 citizens. Again, tragic. Not World War. people. Yes, Iran is firing at a bunch of countries, but no, this is Israel and the U.S. Fighting back in a war that Iran started against both of them 47 years ago. And that's it. And yeah, Iran is firing at a bunch of countries. It's not it's not a world war, but it could become one if the president follows the advice of his advisor on technology, who thinks there's a social media blackout in Israel, and pulls out now. And Iran says, "Hang on, we just beat you. We're not going to reopen the Strait of. Why would we reopen the Strait of Hormuz?" And China says, "Hang on." America broke after 2 weeks of trying to fight Iran alongside Israel and destroying pretty much all their capabilities, but couldn't keep it going. We're going for Taiwan now. Russia can double down. I don't know what they can do, but they have nukes. Russia doesn't want just Ukraine, by the way. Sorry for the spoiler, but if they could, they would take a bunch of countries in Europe and more. So, yeah, people, the absolute certain way to World War III right now is the surrender that David Sachs is trying to push for.
Yeah, I don't like again. Anybody who talks about World War III, you should probably stop listening to them. There's nothing more to say about that. It's not a serious thing. And when he talks about, by the way, like this, like they complain about that Trump is not what principled about his position before this election. Yeah, no shit. Like you voted for the guy, or you wanted the guy to win, or whatever. Like nothing that came out about Trump is new. Like I didn't expect him to start a war with Iran. I'm gonna confess that, or even like do a strike during the 12-day war. But like, would I put it past him? No, that's who he is. You wanted to support it, that's what you get. Now I'm kind of benefiting more out of that than they are, but if Trump like straight up like sacrifices, like gives up his like later half of the administration, because he'll lose House and Senate, and manages to win a war with Iran, as far as I'm concerned, he can retire after that, because he's not gonna do much afterwards anyway.
Somebody in the chat says, hot take, Israel's army has been performing superior to America's. Why has the U.S. lost so much military equipment? I don't know that we can say the U.S. lost so much military equipment, like all things considered, and considering the amount of firepower there. Remember, some of this equipment was lost to friendly fire. Why is Kuwait a friend is a different question, but that was the case there. Also, remember, Israel listened, maybe not well enough, but listened to Iran from 1979 say, we exist in order to wipe the Jewish state off the map. So it has this massive intelligence operation in Iran that I, hope to live to see the day when we find out about what the full extent of it. But it is super impressive. It's the reason why 40 leaders were taken out in 40 seconds, and like an identical operation to what was done at the beginning of the 12-day war, and still Iran can't do anything about it because Israel really knows where everybody is pretty much all the time there. So I think that's a big part of it. That would be my answer to that.
The Republicans really need to look at how misguided this all is. This is the chart that should be absolutely terrifying. Nobody wanted this war, or very few people wanted it besides the neocons and the people of Iran, probably, and the Israelis.
Did he say New York Times? Or
no, he said nobody wanted this war except what was it? The neocons and the Israelis and what else?
That should be absolutely terrifying. Nobody wanted this war, or very few people wanted it besides the neocons and the people of Iran, probably, and the Israelis. But the chances of the Democrats sweeping now is up to 45%. This just happened. The Democrats are going to sweep, then they're going to win in 2028. And the entire agenda of MAGA and Trump's 2.0 will be gone. And then you look.
What other agenda was there? Like, they don't like the ICE stuff. They, I assume they don't like the tariff stuff. What other like Trump agenda are we talking about here?
I wouldn't assume rationality from these people based on what we've seen so far. But yeah, I don't know. Look, they are correct in the bad marketing this has had. Like, this was not sold, but I think a part of that is where the culture is. And it's, if part of his response to 9/11, Bush decided that Iran should be a target, and I think it should have been. Again, I think Saudi Arabia should have been, but they are our friends and allies, the Saudis. So, had that been, I think that would not have been as difficult to sell as it is now. That is very unfortunate. But again, remember, the city most impacted by 9/11 voted for the ideology behind 9/11 less than a quarter century after that attack. So that's where the culture has shifted to.
Somebody says they want the government friendly to AI and tech companies. I don't see why they couldn't do that with Democrats. I mean, that's what some try to do, right? Sort of like also get like not even like no regulation, but get like work with the government on regulations. I think Zuckerberg at some point like tried to do so, like try to get a bit more friendly with the government, basically say, hey, I want to and I think isn't Sam Altman doing something a bit similar of from OpenAI? Like, he's trying to like, okay, I want the government to regulate me, just tell me how you want to regulate me. At least that seemed to be the sort of what the vibe I was getting, but somebody can correct me. But again, that shows you like how screwed over you get by the government, right? If you like try to use the force of the government to like come on your side, it will come bite you back. Because what recourse you have? What recourse you have when you like get in hand with government, and in terms of like try to get the political power out of it, right? It can just turn around you at any point.
RG Rappaport says, so sad about New York City mayoral result. Yeah, it's tragic for the greatest city on the planet to go the direction it's gone, and we already see results. And the guy's been in office for 2.5 months. Very, very bad things are going to happen in New York over the next few years. Brian says Democrats hate energy. That's not necessarily incorrect. Yeah, and yeah, that is one of those issues that Trump has been consistently good on. So we give credit where it's due. All right.
Look at just absolutely ignoring the working man. Inflation going up above 3%, as you pointed out, is a likelihood. Brad, unemployment ticking up, still very low, but it's ticked up 10%, worth keeping an eye on. These foreign affairs things are the least important to the American people. It's very, very low on the list of priorities. And people are looking at Trump and what they believe is the enriching of his family and all these business deals.
Man, you're really kitchen sinking it.
It's literally what I was thinking.
You're bringing everything.
At 1, 2, 3, 4. Number one, doing the war that everybody said he should not do. And that was why we should vote for him. Number 2, the Epstein files. Number 3, the ICE cruelty. And number 4, not working for the American working man who doesn't own equities. Those are 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not a kitchen sink. This is not my personal feelings on.
God, with like friends like these, why do we even need Marxists with like people like this, the working class who don't own equity? Well, get the equity. I was about to say explicit more. Like, come on, what is this? Like, we are talking about America, a place where like you now have ghost towns in parts of like Western America where like people moved in because there was job opportunity there, and then people moved out once there was no job opportunity. But now it's Daddy Trump should come in and save some decrepit town in like Pennsylvania that is falling apart because somebody was born there. Like, come on, give me a break. I wish we had. You remember like Ben Shapiro, like from from like a few years ago, where he was like, well, if the tides are rising, or if the sea levels are rising, and your home on the beach like goes underwater, well, move out. You know, it's not for government to like come in and save you.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Let's watch some more.
On this is my assessment of the situation. If he doesn't find an off ramp quickly, they're going to lose both houses in the midterms. That's, I think, the thing Trump needs to really consider, and I think he will consider it. I think he's going to find an off ramp.
Right. That is the topic. The topic was: are we going to find an off ramp or not find an off ramp?
And this is
in Iran. And I think Sachs made the argument.
That is the topic for the loser mentality that is somehow completely overtaken. Again, the right in America. I remember this from the left after 9/11 in America. This is the right. We need to find an off-ramp. We need to basically... You think Iran isn't watching this? I mean, Iran broadcasts, American right-wing commentators because to their own people to show them. And this is what they did before the war.
They don't even have to make propaganda. It's like we are making it for them.
Yeah, and it's great for them, because when people were protesting in Iran, and then they slaughtered tens of thousands of them, and then the people who were still hoping, Trump would come in and fight, they hear this from the right, from the MAGA, from the America First movement. So, yeah, what hope does America have long term if this is the kind of stuff we see from the right? And by the way, you want an off-ramp from something, you want to win the midterms, here's an off-ramp from losing the midterms. Spend this time on the foreign front winning the war, and on the domestic front explaining why this was the right war, and what you have prevented from happening by winning it.
That there's danger that neocons and others are arguing that we expand, put boots on the ground. You're saying if he doesn't, it'll be a disaster. Chamath and I both say he will, right? And so
will what?
He will find an off-ramp over, in the nearer term, because the Trump doctrine is not the neocon doctrine.
As much as people want to talk about Iran, I think, as I explained last week, I think this is about China. And
okay,
you have to remember,
before we go there,
this month,
can I ask you, Daniel, to put a direct link to the calendar itself, so that people can just click it and see what they would be getting for a $20 super chat, in addition to getting what they to continue getting what they're getting already. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to hear what they have to say about China. The amount of times, it would have been good to count the amount of times neocons have been mentioned in the, I think, less than 10 minutes of this that we've seen so far, right? Or something like 10 minutes or so, because it's such a straw man. It's anybody who wants to protect American national interests and the American people is a neocon. Again, unless we are attacked first. And imagine these people, if America is attacked first, what are they going to say? They're going to be talking about de-escalation immediately. Maybe they're going to be talking about proportionality. That was a big thing. I remember from America's European allies after 9/11. Of course, this was the first thing that came out of European countries who condemned October 7th. Israel has a right to defend itself, but must do so proportionally, as in Israel has no right to defend itself, but we're going to mince words so that we can pretend like we're not happy about the mass murder of Jews.
So Linda sent me the calendar, but I'm not sure which one are they getting. So maybe Linda can specify. Because there's a few calendars on the website. So if Linda can let us know which specific, or if they have a choice, or how exactly is this going to be working.
Okay, and while we wait for that, any comments on what we've seen, or should we hear what they have to say about China, which is interesting? That is one of the elephants in the room.
People want to talk about Iran, 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 I think, as I explained last week, I think this is about China, China, China. And you have to remember, at the end of this month, he has a pivotal 3 days with Xi Jinping in China. This is going to be an absolutely historic convening of the two superpowers that run the world. One, which is us, we are the established, and one, which is China, who wants to be reascendant. And I would bet dollars to donuts that there is going to be an enormous incentive for Xi to negotiate a grand bargain in those 3 days and do something historic for himself. And I think that the president will use that if he thinks that it creates leverage.
I think it's a great insight. How does the Strait of Hormuz open? If this war is dragging on in Israel, which seems to be
a drive here. First of all, thank you, Ex Nihilo, for another generous super chat, which far exceeds, I should say, the requirement for a calendar. So you are the second of 4 people, if we get 2 more of those, 4 people who are getting a Quen Cordair Fine Art 2026 calendar. Yeah, congratulations, and thank you for your support. Yeah, 2 more left, people, and you can see those calendars in the link. You have a choice of which one.
Do we know who Ex Nihilo is?
No, please contact us.
Contact us using the form I just put in the chat, so we can get in touch with you about receiving the calendar. And also, just £26 to my financial advice, #not financial advice.
And any advice to Trump on his meeting with China and how he should beg Xi Jinping for whatever it is these people think he should beg them for?
Well, quoting one of the best presidents in 21st century, don't. All right, more?
Yes.
Enforcing this, if Israel keeps it up with Iran, how do we ever get the strait open again?
I think the off-ramp is that the United States, declares victory, does what Sachs says, and says, listen, we degraded and we destroyed. That's what we came here to do. We did not come here for some experiment in democracy. We wish the best to the Iranian people to do the things they need to do. And if Iran does not back down, if after that declaration, Iran continues to destroy cargo containers moving through the narrow straits, I think you're going to see Iran's neighbors and Israel and others get very involved as it pertains to Iran because it's in their interest. Listen,
that is fantastic. You thought you heard the best of their commentary? Listen to that. Here's what's going to happen, according to this guy. So the U.S. declares victory, even though none of the goals have been achieved, backs off, and at that point, if Iran dares keep the Strait of Hormuz closed because it has gotten the U.S. to back off, then the United Arab Emirates is going to kick their ass. That's basically the gist of it, if I get it right.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing we've heard from Israel. Like, if we just pull out this one time, and then they go back in again, or they attack us, then we have all the moral sanction, all the all the ability to go full in. And not only that, but Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and UAE and Qatar and Oman, even apparently, I guess, Jordan, all of them will join together with us to, well, maybe not Jordan. All of them will, because it's not a Gulf state, all of them together will join us to finally attack Iran and end the threat.
By the way, maybe Kuwait shooting down 3 American planes has confused some people, but should I remind you, I was a kid, but I still remember that Saddam Hussein sneezed on Kuwait one day or one night and took it over, basically, and that's why the first Gulf War happened. So seriously, people, this is what you're counting on. I don't know why, but we are counting on the support of our supporters, our members, the people who enjoy this content, and on Linda Cordair's ideas that get us more super chats. So thank you, Robin, for the €20 super chat, which is more than $20, and does get you a calendar, which means there is only one left. Robin says, people keep talking about World War III. I don't see how people would side with Iran or Russia. I don't think China would like to join a losing side. Again, if China, if it is a losing side, you're right. If the U.S. backs off now, as these all, was it all four, or was it three of the four have suggested, then the losing side is us. And by the way, many people would side with Iran and Russia in the West, and that is, as I keep mentioning, that is a big problem we'll need to deal with, hopefully before it's too late. Although I'm not sure that's possible.
Yeah, and it's important to remember China is probably panicking because those air defenses in Iran, those are Chinese. Those are like the Chinese Timu air defenses that we've seen now fail again and again. Like China might be, oh, that's not good. That's we are planning to use those in a upcoming invasion of Taiwan and defend ourselves with that. So it's
yeah. Secret Bassring says China is the reason North Korea still exists and has nuclear weapons. Well, it's a big part of it. Another big part of it is Clinton signing a deal, much like the Obama deal, and thinking that the Korean dictators will basically, not be dishonest. Because why would a dictator ever be dishonest and not say what they said they will do? Linda Cordair in the chat says, keep super chatting and I will have a giveaway tomorrow too. You heard it here first, people. Although there is still one calendar left, that's not a reason to stop super chatting after somebody gets it. But yes, the next person with a $20 super chat gets the last calendar. And
weren't we supposed to announce something today? Are we doing that?
I don't know what, but text me privately and then we can figure it out. But let's watch some more of the clip.
I just texted you, just on StreamYard.
Is that ready?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I haven't changed the design because I think it's better this way.
Okay, you kind of gave it away, but let's wait. Okay, now people are expecting an announcement soon. Which we'll get to in a bit. Yes, Bibi is both dead and in Miami Beach chilling. No better time to be there than mid-March. All right, let's watch some more.
The United States produces 20 million barrels of oil a day, and we consume 20 million barrels a day. This is a modest problem for the United States. This is a massive problem for China. This is a massive problem for Asia. This is a massive problem for all of our friends in the Gulf who are trying to dodge Iranian missiles right now. So there are a lot of people in the world who will take up arms to deal with the Iranians if the United States isn't there, because we can take care of ourselves.
Your position, Brad, just to confirm it, is we are going to leave the war in the next 30 days. And then if the straits are not open, then China, India, and all the Gulf countries that are impacted by it, they will protect it. They will fight Iran.
I think they'll put a lot of pressure on Iran not to continue.
Right. Yeah, we'll hear the response to that. But okay, I got it. Okay, so if America backs off, China will step in to fight America's war. No, the Strait of Hormuz being closed by Iran doesn't necessarily mean it's closed to its allies. If they're closing it, they can choose. I mean, if there's mines there, it's a bit more difficult, but they can choose who can go through there. So keep that in mind. Let me quickly thank Ozzy for the super chat. Ozzy says, Daniel, you're worse than Razi at promoting yourself. You said you don't have the capital to play blackjack, but are now giving financial advice. First of all, he didn't say he doesn't have the capital to play blackjack. He says he doesn't have the bankroll to play at the 25-pound table with counting cards. And yeah, the thing with card counters,
how much money would you need to remove all the variants? Wouldn't you need like tens of thousands realistically?
I've never considered it, because the few times I tried to teach myself to count, I realized I'm not intelligent enough to do so. But yeah, from movies I've seen about counting cards, you need an insane bankroll. That's a lot of money, because you need to, like when it's good, you need to place much bigger bets. And your edge, the house edge, if you play basic strategy, is 0.5%, and your edge, if you count perfectly, is not much more than that. Like, so, yeah.
Yeah, like the edge we are talking about, it's not like you're gonna, like 20% or something where you're just gonna win massively. It's just a small one.
Yeah, and it's an edge over time. Like you have to basically live in the casino over time. Yeah, again, that is absolutely not financial advice. Because we enjoy a game does not mean we recommend. Yeah. Linda says, watch the guy at the win in Vegas playing 10,000 a hand. That is, well, I mean, it depends. If you're a billionaire, that's like, pocket change. But Yal, I think, may have been just judging on that suit, the guy playing 10,000 a hand, even though he doesn't gamble at all. But just when he happens to be in the casino.
I love poker.
All right. Well, we are talking about blackjack, but that works as well. All right. Daniel, did you have anything to add?
It's not gambling if you're counting cards.
It is still gambling.
Yeah, that is part of what we're talking about. But yeah, before we go to you, Daniel, the super chat goal we had today was Daniel giving financial advice, which is not financial advice, people. It is not in any way financial advice. What he says, do not do. Now you can go ahead, Dan.
And also, we need 5 more pounds to reach that goal.
Oh,
yeah. I just want to say it will be Hegelian financial advice. It will be both financial advice and not financial advice. We're embracing contradictions.
You took it from a joke to a really offensive place. Yeah, but that is how you make an entrance. How's everything going? I know last night was less quiet than previous nights.
Yeah. So first of all, good evening, everyone. So last night we've got the alert, and it was, I don't know, 4 a.m. or something like that. And I was so tired, and I stayed in bed, and nothing happened, but it was a mistake. And today, actually, a missile fragment hit a place nearby, and made some serious damage. And it gave me motivation to, even at night, get out of bed and go to shelter. So that's good. By the way, hello and good evening to everyone. People are talking about my tie on the chat. Maybe I should display my tie here. Perhaps, if you don't mind, I'll make another fashion show for y'all. What do you say about that? All right. So
sounds good.
Let us begin with the tie. Yeah. So this is basically how does it called? The Prince. I forgot. Well, it's a well-known pattern, but it's very, very large, extra large of that pattern. The suit jacket is a regular suit jacket. It has a matching trousers, but this is not what I'm wearing today. Today, I'm doing mix and match, and I've actually got a beautiful bright green, shall I say, almost, it's like bright olive, I guess. Beautiful trousers. Sit me very well. Let me demonstrate here. It sits very well. I don't know if you can see, but the break, there is basically straight line to the bottom and beautiful break on the shoe. I really love it. It is very well tailored. I actually picked it up today, and then on my way to the barber, I got stuck with a missile alert, and I went to another public shelter. I've had so many firsts with shelters in the past 2 weeks.
Wait. Does that mean we will get another shelter review? Which, by the way, we need to keep for later in this broadcast. But is that coming up later? Is that a reason for one of the many reasons for people to stay tuned?
Yeah, definitely. There will be a shelter review, and I will also bring my point on Tucker, because I'm sure you've discussed latest developments.
We haven't yet. We are still discussing the All In podcast, which is absolute gold in terms of stuff for us to talk about. And yes, we are leaving Tucker to later so that people have no excuse to stop watching the stream early. Okay, Daniel, I want to go to your comment on whatever it was that we were talking about before for the counting cards, but I do want to go to a very good comment here about counting cards. Somebody says counting cards is a different level of gambling. You're gambling whether you get caught or not. Yeah, let me remind people, It's not actually illegal, but the casinos don't like it, and they can kick you out for it. Okay, Daniel.
Yeah, and again, just like markets, the game can stay irrational much more than you can stay solvent. So just remember that, especially when it comes to not having enough bankroll.
Okay, should we go back to the clip and hear? Yeah, I don't know if you heard the show up until now and heard some of this horrendous commentary, I would say, but horrendous, but again, mainstream. So let's hear some.
Firing missiles at their ships, right? At the end of the day, this is not just an American problem, right? And let's be clear, we're always involved in this part of the world. The only question is, are we going to have an active armada that's engaged in active military activities against Iran? And what I'm suggesting again, and listen, anytime you try to clean up a mess like this, there is risk. This is not a risk-free, initiative by the United States, nor was Venezuela. But let me steelman the alternative. Doing nothing and allowing Iran to procure, the ingredients for a nuclear missile when they are set on the destruction of the United States and U.S. interests. Doing nothing in Venezuela while the Monroe Doctrine is totally wrecked and we let our adversaries take up, positions in South America. Those also have risks, right? Those carry a lot of risks. And so we're weighing these two risks. Again, for me, I don't like the fact that we're engaged in military activities here, but I will tell you, I am very much on the side that if we're going to go protect American national security interests, you go in, you do the degrading of their capability, and you get out. And I think, that's what I hear out of the president.
Okay,
so remember,
like this is the best we've heard so far, and it's not good, but it's the best compared to the others. He's still talking about an off-ramp. He's saying, look, it's disastrous if we do nothing, but let's do as little as possible and then declare victory without achieving the goals that we initially set out to achieve.
Yeah, I have a point on that. So In-N-Out is a great place to get lettuce wrap double with fried onion, but it's not a war strategy against evil. You got to take evil down and make sure it's, complete and total utter surrender. So yeah, it's thumbs up for In-N-Out burgers.
Daniel.
Don't have much to add there.
Yeah, In-N-Out burgers don't have bacon, so it's not for me. Not last time I was there, which was 2018.
Yeah. For bacon, you can go for the Baconator. In Wendy's, it's just like, I don't know, like double the price over there. So
I need bacon.
I guess In-N-Out is perfect for Jews because there is no bacon and you get to save money. So get the best.
Wait, there is no bacon on
In-N-Out? No. And they don't have no bacon and they don't have no avocado. That's why you need to bring your own bacon.
Well, that's good, but
somebody in the chat, a troll in the chat, a new one, I think. I don't remember this name, so I think it's a new one, but he says, gay pride suits you. What's going on? People are being bombed. Money makes the world go round and stops it dead. I don't know what any of that means, but the fact that the another troll who hates Israel also hates gay people seems consistent. And yeah, whenever I hear these people talk about anything, I'm glad we are not on the same side. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, I saw British people at the IRGC static event today. Shocking what was on their signs, but few Iranians at it. We then went to see the nice side calling for free Iran. PC, you should come to our events. You're close to where we do stuff. So, get in touch and we'll talk more. And I don't know what I'm hearing there in the background, but it's coming from one of you two. And while the super chat hasn't earned you a calendar, it has earned you financial advice from Daniel, which we will get to, let's say, after the next clip and our commentary on it, because we are going way off topic a lot. So let's
also, I don't know, maybe PC just came in. Maybe we should tell him if he gives another £10, he still gets or a little bit Less than 10 pounds is still just a
That is
calendar?
up to Linda. Linda said a $20 super chat rather than $20 in total, and Linda is the one contributing the calendars. So let's.
Yeah.
But
One
yes.
more thing. One more thing before we continue.
Yeah.
Christopher Smith said in the comments that Wendy's is fresh beef. Well, In-N-Out as well. Yeah. Now we can move on. And I'm gonna switch rooms so there wouldn't be any background noises.
I like Wendy's. It's not Slurpees. It's something like that. I like the sort of like ice cream and stuff. And Wendy's has good burgers, I'd say. Yeah.
All roads lead to
Although I really like Popeyes.
China. I think that you're going to see Xi offer up a grand bargain. And I think it's up to the president to decide whether he wants to take it and see what he wants to add to it to get something done. But I just don't see them meeting and coming out with nothing. I think I see them going in and coming out with something that's historic. And I think that all of this, Venezuela and Iran together, is all about China.
Let me just say one thing as to that, Chamath. I think the point is absolutely spot on, right? Probably the single greatest takeaway for us from an investment perspective at the start of this war was that the Chinese, right, didn't take up arms on behalf of Iran, aren't defending Iran, and they didn't cancel the summit with the president. Right? The very fact
because they need him. They
right.
need the oil. 20% of their entire domestic consumption is oil from Venezuela and Iran. 20%, but it's not 20% because it's literally 100% of anything that's feedstock, anything that's transport, cars, buses, planes. They are in an enormous world of hurt. Now, they have a strategic petroleum reserve as well, and it's quite robust, but it's not robust enough to sustain 5 or 6 months of this. It's not that robust. So at the end of the day, who is going to be hurting the most? It is China. And so if you play this game theory out, the reason he kept it is because now he needs to summit even more. Could you imagine if the president canceled?
Okay,
that would be a disaster for China.
Okay, so if this is bad for China, why is it that you want the U.S. not just to beg Iran to back off, but you're celebrating that China didn't get involved? There was no scenario in which China would have sent troops, and not like they are involved. If you don't count sending troops, they are involved in that, in the weaponry that especially the defense systems that Iran has. So yeah, their involvement is very much a thing.
It reminds me of the Ghostbusters theme. Who's gonna hurt them most? It's China.
Daniel?
I'd say good. And also this, if there is any cohesion to Trump's strategy, it is the focus on China. So, this fits together. This might not even be about Iran. This might be about China, which, might be a bit unfortunate because Trump might want to get some sort of a deal out of China because of that. Although hopefully not. Hopefully he will just cancel. That would be hilarious. But yeah, if it is about China, then Trump will actually keep at this war, because seemingly, at least, he might have more long-term thinking than probably any leader in like recent history of American presidents, which is like telling a lot.
Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC wins the last of 4 calendars. PC, get in touch, and we will get that calendar to you. PC says, was it Kosher Kingdom at Golders Green? People had Lion and Sun flags on cars outside. That is very nice. I also shop at Kosher Kingdom, even though I'm not kosher, but when I want good hummus or malawach or one of those things, Yahoo almost vomiting at the thought of malawach, but yeah, I do like it. Then that is where I go typically. And they are not sponsoring this episode, but Kosher Kingdom, if you don't mind a bacon fan promoting you, give me a call. All right.
I can testify that malawach is indeed very tasty. And before I was on keto, one of the things that I didn't eat so much but remembered very fondly was malawach pizza, which is just amazing. You can find that in Israel, but I don't think you can find it in most other places.
We'll agree to disagree on how malawach should be consumed. No kosher bacon, Moody. No, I'm not kosher in any way, but I do like some stuff that is from Israel and you can't really get in most parts of London. And Kosher Kingdom is a place that has a bunch of it. So it's worth the long trip for me. Okay. Anything else on what we just heard, or can we get back to the video? Let's get back to the video. We do have Daniel's financial advice coming up very soon, but let's hear a bit more from All In.
Imagine if the president canceled, that would be a disaster for the Chinese. So the fact that it's still on the books, if I was Xi, I'd be like, how do I negotiate and help find the off-ramp? How do I end up fixing this faster? All right. Remember, you have 25% unemployment of young men inside of China. 25% today. What do you think it goes to in 5 months with no oil? That's the unemployment rate you should be focused on, Jason.
Oh, the China issue is a separate one.
It's not separate.
No, that was separate from my point, is my point. I was bringing up a different point.
Yeah, your kitchen sink didn't include the Chinese. I get that. I'm just adding to your kitchen sink.
I didn't have a kitchen sink.
Okay, let's pause
very
here.
salient points. All right,
I like the brown guy. I don't know. Again, I don't know the names, but and I don't care. It's not for his skin color. Daniel, don't be so offended.
It's okay. I know Razi doesn't look like that, but he is also brown. He can say that.
That is true. Somebody in the chat says there are a lot of hunger children in Gaza. I don't know exactly what that means, but maybe their Nazi parents should feed them instead of trying to kill Jews. That is better for your nutrition, keto or not. It is a better way to sustain yourself than trying to kill Jews who are better armed than you.
Razi, I just want to say your response is based.
I don't speak youth language, but I think that's a good thing, so I'll take it as a compliment.
Based on what? That is my favorite reaction to that.
Facts and logic.
All right, more.
Anything to say about also this guy, pushing back? Because even within what he's saying, he's still of the what was it? Off-ramp. The off-ramp thing is consensus on this panel, right? As far as I can tell.
The only off-ramp I care for is in Tony Hawk 3. Are we actually discussing actual thing, or is this like a joke to them? What is off-ramp? This is a war. You should not look for an off-ramp in a war, especially. I mean, depending what your goals are. What was the goal according to them to this? Just fuck with Iran a little bit, for funsies, and that's it, and then we go out, or to actually solve a problem, be it their alliance with China. Maybe that was Trump's whole goal. It simply disrupt the alliance with China, disrupt their oil supplies. That could be it, and I could see logical way around it. If that is the case, I think it's unfortunate because it doesn't solve the more fundamental issue with Iran. But at least it's something. But that hasn't been solved yet. To solve that, you just continue. I mean, you just hang on for as long as you can. You try to find alternatives or try to get reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and then you just go on. And you don't allow any of that to go to China.
Wait, before we hear from them, Daniel, do you want to give the unofficial, informal, and we don't take any responsibility for what happens with your money financial advice?
Well, anything that happens would happen in 30 years. How long do you want me to be?
Why is it long? If it's long, then let's give it a few more segments of because we are going off topic too much.
I mean, it just depends. Like, how much do I go into concepts, like explaining what exactly? Like, technically, this can be like 30 seconds or, 10 minutes.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
While you have me here, my request is let's go get into Tucker's commentary because I have a lot to say, and then maybe I'll have to go, and then Daniel can give.
How long do we have you here for?
I don't know, and also with the anytime there could be an alert, and then I'm like I have to go.
All right. Let me. Daniel, do you have any commentary on what we just saw, and then we can pause the.
I already gave it.
All right, then Daniel's financial advice will wait for a bit. I think if you can put it into 3 minutes, but again, people super chatted. That was a goal. We do have to. We're not going to force people to wait, for as long as this podcast goes, because it is going to go for a while. But let's go to the gist of what happened with Tucker, and then go at least one round of commentary on it. Daniel, do you want to play the video of him talking, and then we will. I will give kind of what the theory that's been going around is, and then we'll go to Eyal's commentary. And before that, I will say that Linda says in the chat, for $25 super chats will help Daniel get some art on the wall behind him. So yeah, if we get 4 super chats of $25, then Daniel will get some art courtesy of Quent Cordair Fine Art. So yeah, that is absolutely a worthy goal. Romancing the Trolls says it is a worthy goal, but you say it with the $25 super chat, and then we will believe you. PC says, I think Razi missed my super chat. Which one? Did I?
There were 2. I think we read both, didn't we?
Yeah, I also think we read both. There was one about Kosher Kingdom, which I read and then went into my thing about Kosher Kingdom. And there was one about Central London and the IRGC. But if I am missing one, let me know. Okay.
PC might just be behind on the live.
Oh yeah, that is also a possibility. No, I think he might be. Yeah, no, I think he's watching.
Oh wait, he is reacting. So
okay, let's watch the clip and then let's hear the theory.
What is the clip? Do I just have to find it on X?
You can play the clip I sent you.
Is that the same one though?
No, it's basically the.
Oh, it's 5 minutes. We want to watch 5 minutes.
No, I don't think we need to watch him talk.
Actually,
nice
wait. I can just send. I'll send this one to you, and this is a tweet, and because this is one of the places where this theory was shared, and it shows the picture, and I'm gonna read the tweet. So Daniel, that is the picture of Tucker in the Oval Office next to Trump with both of them massive smiles on their faces. And this is an Avi Yamini tweet. He says, this photo is hilarious in hindsight. Trump knew Tucker was talking to Iran. So he invites him to the Oval Office before the strike, knowing Tucker will run straight back and relay it. Iran sees this photo, thinks Tucker has Trump's ear, thinks Trump is bluffing. Meanwhile, Trump's sitting there smiling because he wanted them to believe it. Tucker's ego sells the deception. Khamenei buys it. And just like that, Tucker unknowingly helps take out the supreme leader. And now America's biggest traitor may be heading to prison. Perfectly played. Again, this is a theory. Is it true? We will probably find out, but I really like it. And I like the way it's...
Wait, so let's bring the context. So basically, yesterday, I think, Tucker posted a video where he says, listen, guys, I was just talking to some Iranians, and now the CIA is investigating me for basically, he didn't say it this way, but basically for act of treason with a foreign agent of an enemy state. Because basically what the fact is, apparently, is that the Iranian regime has been using Tucker as an agent itself to influence America and get direct intel about Trump from personal interactions of President Trump and Tucker Carlson. And the theory as presented is that basically the CIA knew about it, told Trump, and then used Tucker to basically as a part of the fraud campaign against Iran, so they think America is not going to attack. And that brings me to the video I sent, Daniel. So Razi, lead the way. But Daniel, you have my latest message for me is a video artistically concretizing what I've just said.
Daniel, I don't have that video, so I'm going to leave it at your discretion in terms of what it contains. What do you want to tell me what it contains before we?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah,
good. You're gonna love it.
Is it the SNL one?
No.
No, it's a new one. It's fresh. It's good. You'd love it. It's all my friends. Everybody knows it's the best video.
Okay, before we see that, I'll tell you what I really love, which is a $25 super chat from Romancing the Trolls. Thank you very much, Romancing the Trolls, for the super chat. He says, for Daniel's bar mitzvah. This is for art behind Daniel. And yeah, this is a good super chat day already. So thank you, Romancing the Trolls, and everybody who's contributed. And Daniel is 3 $25 super chats away from getting some art from Quen Cordair Fine Art behind him, alongside the 1/16th or so of a U.S. flag that we see in what appears to be the bottom of a jacket or T-shirt.
What about the Brit Milah, though? You gotta do Brit Milah before Bar Mitzvah. We need to cut the tip of the tip for him first.
That's not even funny, and you're gonna get me in trouble with our Jewish audience when I say that should be illegal. But anyway, all right, Daniel.
That's not a jacket, by the way. That's the Scout cloak from the Attack on Titans. I went to an anime store for like the first time, and I spent like $250 for like just buying things. I also have this guy, which is from my favorite show.
Anything on topic?
Daniel, do you wanna play the video, Daniel?
I think we can. It's 50 seconds long. Razi, it's similar to the agent, to the Mossad agent in.
Okay, so it's
Kani behind the door.
It'll get us demonetized, but that's fine. Demonetized is only for ad revenue, I think, after or even during the stream, but we don't have ads during the stream, and people typically watch this live on Warstream. So yeah, okay, let's demonetize ourselves.
You can mute the video while the music starts.
Well, no, because he does say things.
Yeah, no, we can be demonetized. Don't worry about it.
Tucker, I want you to come to the White House. Believe me.
Me? I mean, sure. Thank you, Mr. President.
This is Qatar Airways.
I'm just bluffing with Iran, you know? It's the art of the deal, baby.
Okay, yeah, President Trump is just bluffing. You guys are totally safe.
Great video. Almost makes up for that movie scene with all the F-bombs that you sent last time. Yeah, well done.
What?
What? There was a movie scene that you sent.
Yeah. I didn't know you don't like curse words. I'm sorry.
Well, I do sometimes say them. I just don't like hearing them. So one thing Tucker has said, Daniel, if you can find the video of Tucker, we're all about hearing both sides and all that crap. There is a video of him saying they're reading my text.
You can play like the first 20 seconds because this is the gist of it. The rest is just him, and like trying to justify it.
It could be that they were reading the texts of the people you were texting rather than your text, Tucker. But yeah, if this goes the way people are expecting it to go, I am going to be very, very happy. So yeah, let's hope the theory is correct.
Yeah, this is actually funny, Razi, to think about. Like, they have like the Iranian agents on their CIA watch list, and then they see them receiving messages from Tucker, like, yeah, Trump thinks ABC. No. It's crazy.
Yeah, Tucker is the stupidest of traitors, if this is true, because that's not how you do it. Like say things that are pro-America, and then do the opposite, and that way Trump will actually believe you. Anyway, very glad that Tucker is who he is, if this is true. All right. I don't think every troll comment needs to be read. We will get back to you, Linda, about how much has been raised. And Daniel, anything about?
Wait, can we not say it openly?
What?
Can we not say openly how much we raised?
Oh, I don't know. So I'm waiting for you to say.
£134 and 18 pence.
That is very, very good. And yeah, we will be close to 200 if we get those three $25 super chats. We'll be close to 200, and we will guarantee art behind Daniel. All right. Anything on Tucker? We do have Linda, by the way, coming back in about 10 minutes. Yeah, Daniel.
I don't think, I'm going to, I think I've seen Alex comment on this Tucker thing, and I think I'll go much to that. I don't think he is like a foreign agent. Oh, well, wouldn't be foreign agent, but sort of like somebody who has a handler, somebody who is like actually, is sort of like a spy for Iran. I think it's just a useful idiot that, I think Iran knows about him. They are able to communicate with him to some extent, but I cannot really imagine Tucker, if we do predictions, I don't think Tucker will be convicted of treason. I don't think we are at that level. Although there is a question if Trump would even try him for that. But I don't think he is on that level. I think it's just
one can hope. And also, Trump doesn't try people for things. So, but yeah.
I just want to shout out for
Justice
myself.
wouldn't investigate him. That's what I mean.
In yesterday's stream, I've had like a 2-minute monologue on Tucker, and I've actually sent it to Daniel. I'm not asking you to play it all because it's 2 minutes, but I basically said that Tucker is evil. He gets a kick out of it, and that it's not sustainable in the long term, and it's not going to work for him, and he's going to fall. And then, like a few hours after the stream, I see this news. So this is a very well prediction I've made that just came true, like right after I basically said it. So I tap myself on the shoulder for having good projections for the future.
Yeah, and Daniel, Hawaiian Daniel in the chat says he interviewed Putin. Yeah, he interviewed Putin. He interviewed Pezeshkian, the president of Iran. He interviewed the prime minister of Qatar. He interviews all manner of really evil people. And yeah, and again, he is played on the government television of the Islamic Republic. What more do you need to know about this evil human being? Okay, I do want to go to some news updates. So the IDF spokesperson says, as an army, we don't have as a goal to topple the regime. It is weakened and destabilized. We are creating the conditions for the people to take it down. They say we don't know what happened with Mujtaba Khamenei. Yeah, it is interesting that a couple of days ago when the Iranians did this show of force and defiance, which unfortunately the U.S. and Israel allowed them to do, where senior figures like the president Pezeshkian, like Ali Larijani, were walking in the street. Pezeshkian walking comfortably, shaking hands, and so on. Nobody has seen, not there and not anywhere else, Mujtaba Khamenei. So is he actually alive? If he is alive, is he able to function? I don't know. And the world is more interested in whether or not Netanyahu is alive, even though we do see him every other day. So yeah, that's fine in terms of attention and where it is focused. In the last 24 hours, the Israeli Air Force has attacked more than 200 targets in the west and center of Iran. That includes places where Iranian soldiers were active, defense systems, and manufacturing and storage of weapons. Oh, and a report that is very unfortunate if it is correct, and it is from Reuters. Israel and Lebanon are expected to hold talks in the coming days. So I don't know if we talked about this yesterday, but the French president, Emmanuel Macron, is obviously not content with a war that goes well for the good guys. So he is intervening, and he's specifically intervening on behalf of Lebanon and Hezbollah. And he is suggesting a ceasefire, one of the conditions of which will be Lebanon disarming Hezbollah, which I believe was a condition of the previous one. It didn't happen. But, if they lied the first time, that is no indication that they're going to lie a second time, right? And and the direct talk, one of the things that they're aiming at is Lebanon recognizing Israel, which brings me back to this really sad state in Israel of, like, Israelis so want to be recognized, so want people who say all we want to do is kill Jews to say, yeah, okay, here formally we are acknowledging the existence of a Jewish state, while informally still hate you and want you all to die. It's really, really sad that Israel will essentially sacrifice its national security interests in exchange for kind words from tyrants, from murderous tyrants, which is what the Lebanese government is. It is a tyrannical regime, and it is one that allows Hezbollah to operate. Yeah.
Yeah, these negotiations are bad news for me. There should be no negotiation. We can, place ultimatums if we want, like, do ABC or else. But negotiation implies that Israel is going to give up things, as it usually does, because Israel eventually is an appeasing state until it's pushed to the corner. And it's sad. Lebanon shouldn't negotiate with Israel in order to recognize it. It should just recognize it immediately. The Lebanese government should immediately arrest all Hezbollah members. They should immediately use the army, which is, by the way, disobeying them against they've asked for so little from the army to do against Hezbollah, and the generals are already disobeying that. So, Lebanon should get their shit together before any negotiation and without any negotiation. This is a joke. And yeah, since Lebanon is failing to do so and unwilling to do so, Israel had to come in and risk his soldiers and take over the goddamn place. So Israel should do it all the way, and perhaps even install a new government in Lebanon that will be a good government, finally, in this place of civil war, never-ending civil war, since basically the Muslims became a majority in Lebanon. This is what I have to say about that.
Here's the deal that should be on the table. If Lebanon really wants to live in peace and security, stand down and let Israel destroy Hezbollah, because you've shown that you are not you don't have the will, whether or not you have the capability. Then and after Hezbollah is destroyed, you can keep everything north of the Litani and get everything south of the Litani, in a generation, once Israel's security is actually guaranteed. And yes, of course, you need to recognize Israel, because unlike your country, it is a legitimate one. Thank you, Gary, for the super chat. Daniel, any quick thoughts, because we do have Linda coming up any minute now.
I was doing some other stuff in the background, so I haven't listened.
Okay, do we have Linda?
No, not yet.
All right, then. Okay, Linda is also running a gallery while she is joining us from time to time, so she will join us shortly. And while we wait, did we have? Yeah, there was one other news item that I was reading kind of as we go along. There was an American report that I think we touched on it, that Khamenei was worried about Mujtaba being chosen his successor. He's not considered very smart. Okay, dude, you're the guy who took Tucker Carlson's word for America not attacking, so I'm not sure you can say who's smart. But anyway, I know you're not watching because you're dead. All right, should we go back to...
we do have Linda.
Oh, okay, great. Linda.
Hello. It's
Hey,
so
Linda.
nice to be on. I had the guys before, but I'm such a huge fan of yours, not just for your fashion sense, but for your taste in art and cats.
Thank you.
It's nice to see you. You're welcome. I am wandering around the gallery so you folks can get an idea of some of the beautiful art we have. And this is one of the calendars. We gave away 4 of them today. Thank you, everybody, for your super chats. This is a wall version. They're big. They have beautiful artwork on them, and people have been collecting them for probably over 10 years now. So we are very excited to be supporting ARC UK's efforts. I want to make sure, keep these guys in Coke Zero, bacon, whatever it is that keeps getting all this great information out. But I thought I would take a second and show you one of my favorite sculptures in the gallery. I don't know if you can see that. I kind of have the camera turned around. That is the Self-Made Man. He's quite popular, and he's next to a beautiful relief sculpture. There's a nice little corner of the gallery with some paintings. A lot of people know Brian Larson. There's some of his paintings here. There's Sophie. Make your debut, Sophie. She's guarding Quint's books. So the gallery is huge. We have a lot of artwork. And this month only, we are doing Make an Offer March. So if you go to cordair.com, use the link down there in the banner. I love how this works. Technology is great. And if you see something you really love, but maybe it's just a little bit out of your range, send us a note, make us an offer. And if we can make that work, we will. Someone saved $500 on a piece the other day because the artist wanted to make the money. So don't be afraid to go to the website and look around. Let me know what I can do to help you. Sophie's decided to greet somebody at the door. But if you buy today, and I think maybe tomorrow, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, if we're doing this again tomorrow, a portion of the proceeds will go to ARC UK. So thanks very much. We appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Thanks, Linda, and we will see you again in a couple of hours. And yes, we are continuing tomorrow. Yesterday didn't go quite as we had hoped, in part because I was unable to join, and that was sort of last minute, unplanned. And but yeah, we are keeping this going until tomorrow. But we do have today still the offer from Linda for once we get to 3 more $25 super chats. Daniel will get some art behind him. So
I think what I said is it would help get some art behind him. So let's we'll see how that pans out. I did put a link in the chat to Daniel's favorite work of art, which is a little bit more, but I would love to see.
I think that link got blocked because people cannot send links. So I'll put it so people can see it.
Yeah,
'cause
I think they'd enjoy seeing what you'd like to see behind you, and maybe tomorrow we'll give them a couple of choices and take some votes on what everybody would like to see behind you. I have a plan.
I like that idea.
Me too. Thanks, Linda. And we'll see. And
I
we'll
might
see.
have more of these tomorrow too. We'll see.
Oh, awesome. Okay, somebody in the chat said Tucker and Candace are the voice of America now. Everyone else is afraid of the Israel lobby. Come on, people. We hear this all the time, but Tucker and Candace are the voice of America? In what world? I mean, Tucker is openly the voice of every single one of America's enemies, one after the other. It's what he seems to pride himself on in these recent the last couple of years. Certainly
between Tucker and Sachs, either one of them could come in here and I would ask them to leave.
Nice. Unfortunately, they can actually afford I think probably everything in the gallery, and that says something about the world we live in. Even though you will kick them out, the fact that they can afford it, whereas some of us on this show can't, is a sad sign of the times. Yeah, people do like the Tucker.
Well, I would assume they would want to buy art from there in a sort of Dominic Franklin style, but for much different reasons.
Oh, I would assume that their walls are filled with modern art, but
I just want to say that the self-made man sculpture is beautiful. It's an amazing concretization of very deep and important philosophical ideas. So it's really beautiful to see.
And I've seen the real life version, which is like nigh big or something.
We have everything on the Self-Made Man, from a poster, which is only $60. It's in the art vault. So if you go to the main page, you'll see at the very top something that says the art vault. Go in there. There's a lot of discounts, a lot of fun things happening, and it goes all the way up to 14 feet. So from a small poster, 13 or 14 different sizes, there's a lot to choose from. And as you can see behind me, there's a lot of art.
yeah, people, so go to cordair.com, get yourself some art, and put ARCUK in the box at checkout, and a portion of the proceeds will go towards supporting the Ayn Rand Center UK, our work, these streams that you see every single day, and will continue to see every single day, not just during the war, but for the rest of time, although during the war they are longer, and we go for as long as we can. RG Rappaport asks, are you in Wyoming? Yes, they are in Wyoming. So
we are physically in Jackson, Wyoming, but thanks to technology, we're everywhere you want us to be at cordair.com. And we ship worldwide. We've been doing that for 30 years. We're celebrating 30 years this week.
Oh, I don't know if I knew that, but congratulations. You may have told me, but if you haven't, and if you have, congratulations.
Thank you.
And yeah, that is definitely a good time to get some art.
And there for a year is the Self-Made Man again. That one is 21 inches, by the way.
And what is the price?
Don't ask me the hard questions. I don't have it in front of me. But if you message me, I'll put it in the chat when I go back to the chat.
Sounds good. And we will see you in a couple of hours, and we can see some more art. And I will try not to ask the hard questions, or I might anyway. What?
And if people wanna hear some more from Linda, for the YouTube Inner Circle members, you can see one of her talks, or her talk, during the Irreplaceable Spark Conference 1.
Yeah, and that is available just at the click of a button on this stream. You can see Linda's talk and every other talk, and that is the only place you can see them. Okay,
And I'll be there this year. I'll be in Austin in October, and you'll get to see well, I was going to say you get to see a lot of me, but that sounds more fashion showy. I'll be emceeing the conference. We're going to have a great time.
Yeah. And tickets for that are available at objectivism.co.uk. Okay, this is
get back to the world. Get back to the
commercial break. Although I don't think those are particularly long, but all right. Yeah, we have sold everything under the sun except one thing actually that we're gonna start selling later in this episode. But unfortunately, I think this is the time to go back to the All In podcast and see what they have to say. And yeah,
I thought
is that 3D? Is it just me, or that statue like pops out so hard? It almost looks 3D.
Yeah, but I saw that as well. But we will see it maybe in when Linda joins us again. All right, Daniel, let's go back to the podcast.
Oh, that's not the podcast.
Oh, are we seeing this instead of? You know what? Yeah, well, we can watch this and wrap up the Tucker portion of this, and then go back to the All In podcast.
So the other day I found out that the CIA is preparing some kind of criminal referral against me, a crime report to the Department of Justice on the basis of a supposed crime I committed. What's that crime? Well, talking to people in Iran before the war. They read my texts. So the crime under consideration apparently would be the Foreign Agent Act or something like that, acting as an agent of a foreign power. And I don't expect this to go anywhere. I'm not too worried about an actual criminal case against me for a bunch of reasons. One, I'm not an agent of a foreign power, unlike a lot of people commenting on
Is it just
US
me,
politics
or does
and
he
global
really
affairs.
sound like Ami Kozak? I can't unsee it. Like, that's Ami Kozak. And
people have been talking to me that I have... But I'm really
like his case is, I'm not
an
an agent of a foreign power. I'm just so happy to see it. I'm just so happy to see a potential for this man to go down. This evil, vile scumbag.
You remember there was a whole thing with him, like knowing and saying on his show what was coming with Maduro. So the concern that that he might be getting information and misusing it. I mean, that was kind of in the open because he said it on his podcast. But his active anti-Americanism, like it's not just anti-American feelings or activism in the flag burning sense, but actively helping America's enemies at war or before war or in any sort of conflict scenario. This was not the first time, alongside giving a platform to all the worst humans on the planet.
Although, just putting it out there, like let's say Tucker gets convicted of something or something similar. I think that's also like a big issue with Trump administration. Like Tucker Carlson has no security clearance. Why does he know anything about anything going on inside of like, especially national security things? Like he shouldn't know these things. So hopefully, like in a sense, I hope he doesn't get convicted of anything. In a sense that he didn't have any actual information about national security things, because he shouldn't have them.
Somebody in the chat says the only racist are Jews and they're Christian Zionist supporters. Well said.
I missed the last 10 seconds. I got disconnected.
Oh, well, I was reading a troll comment, but I don't think they deserve to be repeated.
Okay. Yeah, I know. That's
but I do want to listen to a bit more of what Tucker was saying there, just because I'm kind of enjoying it in the current context.
I have only one loyalty, and that's the United States, and have never acted against it. Its interests are the only interests I care about because I'm from here and I have a lot of kids. So that's not a concern. I've also never taken money from anybody. Don't need it.
Never from anybody has been taking money.
Don't want it. And that's provable. And moreover, it's my job to talk to everybody all the time and try and figure out what's happening around the world. That's literally what I do for a living. And I'm not going to stop doing that, nor should I. I don't think. I'm also an American. I can talk to anybody. I have no secrets to divulge. So legally, I think the case is ludicrous, and I doubt it'll even become a case. I'm bringing this up for a couple of reasons, though, and they're pretty obvious. One is that countries tend to become more authoritarian in wartime. It's just the nature of war. People are dying. The stakes are high. People's emotions have risen to a very high point, to a crescendo. And so there's much less tolerance for any kind of dissent in the homeland.
Okay, you know what? This is boring. This is just normal Tucker commentary. But yeah, I really did enjoy it. I've never enjoyed a Tucker clip as much as him talking about what I very, very much hope is actually going to be actionable, and we will see Tucker behind bars. This channel will have the longest live stream it has ever had, just in celebration. This might be the day that we actually drink live on the show, even though I've said we won't do that. I want to see that day. Any final
if Tucker
thoughts
is
on
convicted,
Tucker?
if Tucker is convicted, I'll wear a bow tie on the show.
Nice, in celebration of the what Tucker used to do, and that was part of his persona. But he wasn't good back then. Unfortunately, people only notice these things recently when these people like Tucker and Candace and Megan go full anti-American. But and with Megan, I didn't notice either. But we should pay closer attention to these people. Daniel, any thoughts on Tucker before we go back to All In?
Nope. I fold.
I just want to say once again, I'm really glad to see the roots of Tucker going down. Hopefully that come into fruition. Seeing the latest developments is just such a clear sense of justice. He finally getting what he deserves after all this time of him playing as an agent of evil, agent of destruction. His vile is finally being recognized, and even if there will be no legal repercussions, the fact that it come up, that is now in the open, that what he did qualifies him to be a suspect of this treason is amazing. This is already a great development. Unfortunately, I have to go. There is no alert or alarm or anything, but I have some private affairs I have to do. So thank you very much for having me.
Thanks, Eyal, and we will see you back here soon. Susie asks what's happening with Tucker. Scroll back to earlier in this show, like 30 minutes ago, or I don't have a sense of time when we're live, but we talked about it. It's some really, really good stuff, so it's worth maybe stay with us live so that you see what we have to say now. But go scroll back later. All right. Okay, now
thanks for having me.
Thanks, Eyal. And now we are going to go back to watching the All In podcast and see if there's anything better that we're going to hear from them. And also, I think they've already gone around, right? So we might hear some more from David Sachs. I don't know how it can get worse from what we already heard, but he might surprise us.
But let me just remind me, if Xneil is still in the chat, please contact us so we can reach out about the calendar, because I haven't received anything yet. And also, I don't know if we have information for PC.
I have a way of finding him, but PC,
I know he mentioned where he lives and things like that, but
no, that's not what I meant. But
I have a particular set of skills.
People who won calendars, please do contact us, especially if you don't use your name in YouTube and we don't know who you are. Okay. All right. And remember, 3 more super chats of $25 will help get art behind Daniel. What exactly that means, Linda will tell us at some point, or we will just discover someday. Okay, let's hear some more.
But I like how like people think just everything is like blank for me, but I have like stuff all around here. It's just, you know, I don't see stuff around behind me, so I don't usually put stuff there. And it's also a brick wall, so I'd have to dig into that. But if I get a really nice art from Linda, I'll definitely put it up there, so also people can enjoy it.
Before we go back, Secret Bastering says Tucker is the least popular person in U.S. media today. The left despises him and the right sees him as treasonous. Well, this brings me back to my political map in the U.S., which is there are three parties. There's the Democrats on the left, and then there's two parties within one, which is the Republican Party, and it's semi-reasonable Ben Shapiro, Marco Rubio wing, and it's completely off its rocker, anti-Semitic, Jew-hating, and anti-American Candace, Tucker, Megyn Kelly, J.D. Vance wing. And he is popular there. Like he gets, you know, people do listen to them. The thing is, you know, even within there, like that spectrum, in some cases, I don't think Candace is doing herself favors with the ARCUK stuff. I haven't been following it because it happened right around the time the war started, but I don't know how many people really like that stuff and are into it. You know, Brigitte Macron has a penis. Sounds kind of funny, so people tune in and they hate the French, so it works. But yeah, you know, it could be that these people are damaging themselves, and let's hope that is the case, and that part of the party loses the civil war in the Republican Party.
Dax, I'll give you the final word here.
Well, look, that was a bit of a broadside, J. Cal, where you kind of did kitchen sink it. But look, here's the part I'll agree with you about, which is it doesn't take a political genius to understand that long wars are unpopular. It will hurt the Republicans in the midterms or 28 if this does turn into a long war. Fortunately, I think the president understands that. His political instincts are impeccable. And he's always favored short, decisive, swift actions, military actions, whether it was Midnight Hammer, whether it was the Maduro raid. I think that is his inclination and preference. And I think we are pretty much at or close to a point where the president's going to have to decide on next steps. I think he's indicated that we have completed our objectives. And I think it's just important that we don't let this neocon wing of the party try to expand the objectives or aims of the war, because frankly, they've always been wrong about everything. I mean, these are people who
Daniel,
never wanted to get out.
Have you ever done Toastmasters?
No.
So I have gone a couple times, like a decade ago or so. And one thing I remember is like you give those mini speeches or longer speeches. It doesn't matter if you have your full, like they have 10-minute speeches and then at the end they have 1-minute speeches. There's a word of the day and you have to, you know, put it into your speech. Word of the day here is neocons. Well, there's two words of the day. There's neocons and off-ramp. Yeah, they all hit on the neocon, but also I think, I don't remember the rules specifically with Toastmasters. I don't think you can just like insert it everywhere. You have to use it once and move on. You have to, you know, have a kind of a long, you know, coherent speech that isn't just focused on that one word. It has to be to fit into the sentence. So yeah, word of the day there is neocons, and they've hit it out of the park repeatedly.
Okay, the word of the day today is actually tranche. So
in Toastmasters.
No, do they have like specific? No, Merriam-Webster.
Well, the word of the day on this stream is super chat. Thank you, Jonathan. A super sticker also counts. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super sticker, which is generous, but it is not. It is not one of the three that we need for art behind Daniel. So we still have 3 more spots before we get to that. Daniel, any thoughts on their use of word of the day, or should we go back to hear some more?
Not really. Maybe just a reminder to people that two things are still coming: one announcement and one investment advice. Hashtag not investment advice. It's not really an investment advice. It's more of a life advice. But
that actually, I'm going to repeat my request to Jonathan. If you can join us on this stream, especially for when Daniel gives his investment advice, that would be very, very helpful. Yeah. But now let's listen to, these guys are also investment advisors, right? So let's listen to more.
Are they?
Well, somebody said in the chat that people listen to them for their investment advice.
Oh.
Out of Iraq and Afghanistan.
By the way, just a teaser. Nobody that just talks publicly can give you investment or like financial advice. Only people who know your specific situation can give you financial advice. Only people who know how much money you make, what are your goals, and all of those things can actually give you proper financial advice.
Yeah, but I do think, okay, Jonathan can't join today. I do think we understand their investment advice. The gist of it is short America. That is what I get from it. But let's listen to some more.
Pakistan would still be there after 20 years if they had their choice. So I think it's just important to not listen to those people. And look, it's not just one op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal is kind of the tip of the spear representing that whole neocon establishment. And I think it's just important that this is the time to frankly ignore those voices and let the president do what I think his political instincts are telling him to do, which is to wrap this thing up.
I'm in strong agreement. And
oh my God, if we had a drinking game on this stream where we have to take a shot every time they say neocons, we will already be preemptively celebrating Tucker's demise as we promised to do. Jesus Christ, people! It's like every 10 seconds. Yeah, there's some mention in the chat about the neocons, like Karl Rove and whoever else was in the Bush administration considered a neocon. I think Rumsfeld was among them, and Cheney. Look, and of course John Bolton. I'm pretty sure he's considered a neocon. Those people did push for war in Iran. Many of them. 20 years ago plus. Had we listened to them then, this war would have been won, I don't know if within 16 days, but it would be much less difficult and there would be much less damage to other countries in the region. Then again, if the goal is exporting democracy, which it should never be, then maybe it would not have gone well. And in this case, that is an improvement. Again, Hegseth said days into this war that nation building is not part of what we do now, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, again, I like what are you even say? Like these are like slogans. This is not like an actual or like truisms. Like Trump has a good financial. Trump has a good what was it, political instinct or whatever to like deal with it or something. And it's like, okay, what does that mean? And why is the war in Iran not the proper political? I don't like how much they are focused on. Like, what is the purpose of getting elected if you cannot actually do anything you want in the government once you like get elected? I mean, Trump is on the way out anyway, right? Unless he, I mean, not even runs for a third term. Although if he does, I win the bet against James. But not about even if he just runs for a third term. I mean, he's old. I don't think he will be able to either way. So he's just looking. I mean, again, I don't know how much he really has like overarching beliefs in like anything, or if he is just so short range pragmatic. But this Iran war, I think, shows to the opposite. I don't think there's anything pragmatic about the war with Iran. It is practical, it is proper and ideologically sound. Unless this really is just about China. And if it is, again, I don't think ramp or whatever getting out of it is a goal or helps you in anything.
Thank you, Jonathan, for another super sticker, and thank you, Roland, for the super chat. Roland says, I'm with a tranche of neocons who don't want to take the off-ramp. Absolutely. But let's...
That's the word of today.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Oh, you didn't catch that?
I'm dealing with the fact that the internet is somehow dead on my phone, but not on my laptop. Now I can only follow the chat from here. So if there's any comments that aren't approved, I can't approve them, Daniel. So you will have to do so for the time being.
Unless you're like so much quicker at approving them, I don't really see any chats.
Oh, there's many, and yeah, I do try to approve. I don't read them. I just click approve or whatever.
Yeah, but they don't even show up for me on my side.
Well, they show up on my side. Thank you, John, for the super chat. John said, all the same people pissed on Ukraine, EU must ascend. The fact that people, remember, like the Biden approach was, if they only invade a little bit of Ukraine, that's fine. Everybody sat back and it's unfortunate, but Russia is going to take over Ukraine. Even the European countries who are now pushing for support of Ukraine, but it's European support. It's like, it's support that you kind of take if you have no option, which Ukraine doesn't, but it's not the kind of support you want when you're at war. It's the kind of support you want when, you can't afford aspirin and the government will like steal from somebody else to give you that aspirin. So, anyway. Back to the podcast.
Sure.
My hope too that he wraps it up quickly and that we don't have any more loss of life. All right, we'll keep discussing this ongoing breaking news story in the coming weeks, but back to our zone.
Oh, they're going on OpenAI now in China.
Oh, okay. So we're done with them. That is good news. Daniel, I'm going to read some news that may or may not be good. And while I do that, if you can find me something from Megyn Kelly, because we know the alternative is going to be like something worse than Megyn Kelly, then please do. We did. Oh yeah, I can't check the news because there is no internet on my phone for some reason. And if I check it on my laptop, I will be lagging, but that is a price I'm willing to pay. So hang on a second. Okay. Yeah. This is I don't know if this is news, but it's it's an interesting thing to discuss, which I will bring up in a second. Yeah. You know who we haven't talked about too much? No, it's not on airplane mode, and it would still work because it's Wi-Fi. And no, it just died in the middle of just me, having the YouTube stream open. We haven't talked about the Houthis, and we haven't talked about them because they aren't involved at the moment. Now, that's a problem for the West. If savages are firing on you all the time, but then at the very moment that you're fighting back against the main enemy, they're standing back. So you're like, okay, they don't shoot at us, we don't shoot at them, even though they do shoot at us. It's just not at this very second. That's a huge problem. The lack of resolve to deal militarily with the Houthis. But it is interesting, and one of the reports that I've seen is there's, this is causing issues between Iran and the Houthis, and you would think that might be very much the case, but the Houthis are in trouble because they decided to, I don't think they expected the response that they got from Trump when Trump decided to bomb them for a little while last year. I don't think they expected maybe the severity of some of Israel's attacks, which didn't really cause damage to their ability to fire missiles at Israeli civilians. but it did hurt them financially. And the growth of the Southern Transitional Council in Yemen is the army that is right there on their border. And with the understanding that Israel now has Somaliland and the possibility of operating from there, they understand that their complete demise is going to be easier to achieve than the Iranian regime's demise. And that might be the reason why they are sitting this out. We don't know. This is all speculation, but that sounds to me like an actual possibility. Daniel, your thoughts?
Yeah, although I don't know, because to some extent, maybe I just don't know enough about the Houthis and sort of the difference between them and Hezbollah. Although I guess Hezbollah doesn't really have aspirations to like take over Lebanon, right? They just want to act like a terrorist organizations in that little part. While the Houthis seem to actually want to take over Yemen and become like the sort of the family ruling Yemen. So maybe they think, in a sense, they can sort of like step away from Iran. But also, I don't know how much they can survive like without the Iranian support. So, but if we take them as, I don't want to say rational actor, if we take them as like a logical actor and that they are trying to act to their benefit, it could be that they straight up are just, looking for an off-ramp, looking to not attack the West, hopefully, hide and somehow be able to take over Yemen without any intervention from the West. And yeah, do it like that.
Christian, thank you for the super chat. Christian says, I am fed up with the fact that Hormuz and Bab el Mandeb can be blocked so easily. Free the international shipping lanes, for fuck's sake. Yes, absolutely. And again, the unlike what the defeatists at the All In podcast suggest, the way to solve this problem long term is to fight and make it impossible for this to happen again, even if short term it causes tremendous discomfort, which of course we shouldn't ignore. This is bad, but the fact that this is happening, and again, this is happening now at war. If right now the U.S. backs off, we could find ourselves in World War III, and we will certainly find ourselves in a situation where Iran and its terrorist allies and just general fellow travelers in the evil-doing world will be so emboldened that everything will be worse for all of us. So, yeah, Trump did the right thing in starting this war. He maybe thought he can have an easy way out of it, but luckily he's not going to have that, and he will have to actually win this war, whether he wants to or not. Anything on that, Daniel? Because there's a couple of other comments I want to address here in the chat.
Nope.
Secret Bass Rings brings up something else that I noticed in recent days and also found interesting. Greta is now promoting oil for Cuba. Yeah, I saw that video where she's complaining. Maybe we can play that, Daniel, before Megan. Let's play that before Megan. I have at least one thing I want to address. A troll in the chat says, ironic to hear someone with an Israeli accent accusing Americans of treason. First of all, who will have an Israeli accent? I don't know what you are talking about. It is you are in the wrong podcast. It is not true. Second of all, I don't know what the irony is, because I don't know if you're paying attention to the world, but America is not just the only ally that Israel has. Israel is the only real ally that America has, as America's other traditional allies have gone out of the way to prove in the first 16 days of this war. RG Rappaport says, I'm afraid this will become a war of attrition. IRGC launching missiles even less often, disturbing shipping lanes, U.S. stopping her interventions, Israel left cleaning up. Yeah, that is a valid concern, I think. But that the worry there is that Iran won't have, I guess, the ability to do as much damage as it's doing now, and so Trump can get that off ramp that his weirdly defeatist allies in the American right suggest that he should find. He will get that off ramp. Iran will, cause enough trouble to cause trouble and show their presence, but not enough to get the U.S. involved. And the regime will still be in place. But look, let's remember the other thing, and we're going to show some videos of this as well. I believe I sent you something, Daniel, on this. That Iranians there are reports that Iranian soldiers are deserting, and rightfully so, because they don't have weapons. Nobody cares about their lives, and we know that from the way Iran is built militarily and as a regime. We see that in the war, and we saw that in the war last year. Iran has offensive capabilities, spread out with the ability to keep attacking. They have no defensive capabilities because they don't care about life. They care about death. Their enemies, it doesn't matter. They are on the side of death, and we see that from everything about them. So, Daniel.
Don't have much to add here.
All right. I am still very bizarrely without internet on my phone, so there's a limit to what I can see here in our chat, but I do see some of it. Elias says, I have more an Israeli accent than any of you two guys. I doubt it, but possibly. All right. Do we have Greta?
I have a video from Greta. I don't see anything else from her, so.
Then before we get to that video, I think that is the one. Thank you, John, for the super chat. John says, Trump burns bridges with allies, then asks for support. I don't know. Look, in this case, Britain should have gotten involved because Britain was attacked at the very least. But also in terms of being on the right side of history, this is the right thing to do. I don't like a lot of Trump's ways, and the Greenland stuff is a major issue that justifiably, countries are not happy with. But this was the moment for Europe to show that it will stand against what it has always stand against the kind of trouble in the world that Europe has a history of causing, and they're demanding de-escalation until it is too late to do something.
I mean, I don't like it, but also it's not like if, let's say, somebody better than Trump or Trump acting in a better way would somehow make Emmanuel Macron join the war against Iran. Like, that's not happening. No matter, like, you could have Emmanuel Macron at the head of America, and still Emmanuel Macron at the head of France wouldn't join the war in Iran.
Remember, Bush went begging for Jacques Chirac's approval to get rid of Chirac's buddy Saddam Hussein, and Jacques Chirac decided to go country to country to get votes in the UN Security Council against America, even though he didn't need any of those votes, just for the symbolism of it. So, that's Secret Bastring says Trump isn't asking for support anymore. It should be up to them to offer it. They're not. And one thing, Trump talks a lot, and I don't know how much of it he means, but we're going to remember who's our allies and who isn't. I hope that is true, because then they will remember that Israel is America's only ally, and that memory very needed, because what Trump is planning for Gaza is disastrous for Israel and should be reconsidered strongly. Again, if we are talking about stage 2 or phase 2 in Gaza, we are talking about getting there after Hamas is disarmed. So it's not really an issue. All Trump has to do at this point is actually stick by the ceasefire agreement, which we advocated against on this channel, but that is where we are now. if they don't disarm, and again, we're not recommending gambling or betting, but I'm going to say they're probably not going to disarm voluntarily. If they don't, then and this is what Trump said, Israel should go in with full force, not half-ass like it did for 2.5 years or 2 years.
All right. Wanna do Greta?
In a second. John says Macron asked about Iran to Trump. It was Trump who has been rejecting any attempt. First of all, Macron's first comment was to say that he's against it and it's illegal and whatever. You don't have to do that. French military power is not needed in this war in any significant manner. And again, France has now also, remember, France has been attacked and a French soldier has been killed and several injured. After France said this is illegal and we are against it. So, like, what France is, I think is they don't look good from all this. I don't think they're doing well. Thank you, Race, for the super chat. Race asks, what are the odds of a future Democrat president using the war powers to make war with Israel using the moral justification of the genocide in Gaza? I agree with Daniel, who says 0 if you're talking, or was it 3? I'm not sure. If you're talking about 2029, like whoever is inaugurated then. How far in the future? I don't know. Why Democrat? What if JD Vance is president? That's not good. So, yeah. Daniel or Greta? Who do we have next?
0. I think 0 for like next 100 years. Like I don't think there's any way you'll have like America invading Israel. I don't see any reason for it. Like you could have, like, even you could get Ilhan Omar as president, and or once the country turns that way, there's gonna be a question. But even the under current environment, would have to change crazily for the American people to support something like that. Like, even
Ilhan Omar luckily is not eligible, but I'm not as optimistic as you. I think young people in America, left and right,
they'll abandon Israel, but war now, that's
I mean, there is the part that America, I don't know what kind of war this would be, but presumably nuclear weapons would have to be used. But if they're not, it's not going to be easy. I don't know, but Govin also says 0 ever. I hope you're all right. All of you who say this is never going to happen. But I'm worried. I do think we have to change the culture. Paul asks, do you do other accents, Razi? Not since I stopped drinking, but maybe for very, very high super chats, like in the competing with the All In podcast kind of budgets.
They don't get super chats, so.
What? No, but something that will get us into that kind of budget. Let's see. Maybe even before that, but what we definitely have before that, I'm not going to do the accent. I'm going to leave it to her, is Greta Thunberg.
We need to talk about what's happening in Cuba right now. As the Trump administration is waging illegitimate wars across the world, killing countless of people, it is also strangling the Cuban people, deliberately, methodically, and openly. The pedophile Trump himself bragged about it, saying, there's an embargo, there is no oil, there's no money, there's no anything. He said it like it was something to be proud of, while millions of people have been plunged into darkness by rolling blackouts, while hospitals lose power.
I thought that's the goal.
Let's pause. That is a good place to pause. Oh my God. Yeah. This is exactly what you always told us the world should be. Not always, Greta. Up until October 7th, when you saw Jews being slaughtered and decided that your cause is now going to be the slaughter of all the Jews who weren't slaughtered that day. Up until then, you were telling us we need a world without oil. Great. Here is our proof of concept. Cuba is going to be the greatest place on earth now that it doesn't have this weight of fossil fuel energy weighing it down.
I mean, yeah. Again, I'm wondering why they have blackouts if they don't have oil. And maybe she could jump in. Well, I'm only for the transition. I don't know how to do her accents. I'm only for the transitional period, right? But it's like, no, you guys wanna shut it down. You guys wanna shut down Western economies. No matter, this is not about some like transition. It is about shutting down. It's not even. I think Kirk Wilcox like jokes about it sometimes. Like, it's not like when we reach carbon neutral, then they'll be like, okay, let's now open up the stock markets. I'll be running, Greta Thunberg will be running a new conference about how to truly like develop economies beyond what we've seen ever before. It's like, no, it is anti-industrious ideas that drive the environmentalists.
Race does not like Greta's haircut. I guess that means she's not going to be in one of those videos, Race, that you produce, which I am. I can live with. Roman says Greta should be placed in Cuba and live there for 20 years without any private ownership. I mean, she shouldn't be placed there by force. She should move there right now because it is finally going to be the country that she has always dreamed of making the whole world into. So. She has some more to say, right? Do you have some more to say before we hear some more from
I
her?
don't think she has anything real to say, but we can listen to her.
Well, but she's still going to talk. Is this, wait, what's that?
Well,
what is the, oh, it's not Russia Today.
It is Russia Today.
Oh, it is Russia. Okay.
Run out of fuel while shelves go empty. The United Nations has warned of imminent humanitarian crisis. Intensive care units and emergency rooms are compromised. Newborns, the elderly, the sick, all paying the price. This is not an accident or an unfortunate side effect of some policy disagreement. This is the intended outcome. Since 1962, the US embargo has been designed, in the words of the US State Department itself, to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow the government. Now the Trump administration is escalating it further, plotting what they themselves have called a takeover of the island. We cannot be silent about this. Cuba did not stay silent.
I do not, Greta. I have, like I said, there are things I hope for in life, but I try to keep it realistic. You being silent, I don't think is realistic, so I've given up hope. But yeah, this goes back to something, Daniel, that we talk a lot about on this channel. We talked about this with Maduro, and people telling us that Venezuela is poor because of sanctions, i.e., socialism totally works, but if the capitalists won't feed it money, then all of a sudden it's not going to work, and it's the capitalist's fault somehow. Daniel, have you discovered an explanation to why this is viable? You are muted, and I think we are missing the best part.
I said I don't have much to add, and I regret listening to her.
Sounded like it was funnier the first time you said it, but we'll never know. All right, let's hear some more.
For over 60 years, Cuba sent its doctors to all corners of the earth. Cuban medical workers fought Ebola in
Cuba didn't send them. They have to, because they are not being paid enough in Cuba. So they have to go work outside of the country to actually make money, the Cuban doctors. That's convenient way she put it. Because I've actually researched this specific thing.
West Africa, they responded to disasters in Haiti. They trained generations of doctors from all over the world. When liberation movements were fighting for independence from colonial rule across Africa and much of the world was looking the other way, Cuba stood in solidarity. not just in words, but in action, with real material support. Cuba stood up for the world, and now it is time for the world to stand up for Cuba. On the 21st of March, the Nuestra America convoy arrives in Havana, carrying humanitarian aid
Okay,
by
let's
air.
wait. Hang on. I didn't see this video to the end because I like now with these long streams to be surprised live. And congratulations, Greta. I don't know why I'm surprised by this, but yeah, are they doing well? Okay. So, first of all, is she going to bring oil? What is she bringing to Cuba?
Well, just like in Gaza, nothing.
Wow. Somebody in the chat says, remember when Cuba saved the world? I don't know. Again, there's like, do you want to start Googling and researching things like liberation movements in Africa? I'm going to take a wild guess that whatever Greta is talking about is some murderers doing some mass murdering with the support of the mass murderers in Cuba who remember their path to power, and their entire time in power has been a never-ending story of mass murder and oppression of their own people who, believe me, even before any oil embargo or anything recent that has happened with Venezuelan oil, it was not a good place to live. And yeah, Daniel.
I sent you some messages so you can check them out. Yeah, I mean, again, this is like the same kind of like they have one thing. They have one thing, the Freedom Flotilla. That's the one thing they have. It's just run a bunch of ships with nothing on them into whatever. Like, and I don't. Is that an actual embargo on Cuba? I haven't been following, so I have no idea what's happening in Cuba right now. But like, give me a break. Like, oh, a communist country is failing because it cannot trade with capitalist countries. It's like, oh yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah, and Daniel, as you mentioned, a very good, or as you mentioned to me, a very good segue from this will be into some actual capitalistic stuff. But let's hear some more from Greta before we get to that.
Land and sea. That day has been declared the International Day of Solidarity with Cuba, and I'm asking all of you, every friend of peace, every defender of the right of peoples to determine their own futures, to join. Wherever you are in the world, go to your local US embassy and make your voice heard. Find your local Cuba Solidarity Network, organize something in your community, show up, because the right of the Cuban people to build their own society, free from siege and economic sabotage, is not a matter of partisanship. It is a matter of basic human dignity. The people in power do not act unless we compel them to. And so now we compel them. Together, we say it loudly and clearly, Cuba sí, bloqueo no.
All right. I was more looking at a troll in the chat who's asking somebody else in the chat, what are you doing to stop genocide? Well, he's a member of this channel and he gave a super chat. No, did he give a super chat today? Well, he's a member of the channel. That's what he's doing to support, to stop the attempted genocide that the Palestinian national movement exists in order to commit. So, Daniel.
Do we have any Spanish speakers in the chat? Can they tell us about the bloqueo none or whatever she said? I found it pretty funny. I mean, it might be grammatical. I don't know. Again, this is like interesting of like the self-determination argument for like Cuba. It's like they should be able to control their destiny. But why doesn't America have a right to blockade them? Like, isn't that their self-determination? If that is our only basis, right? So, like, if Palestinians want to go out and kill Jews, well, that's their self-determination, as we have been told by the pro-Palestinian people. So, again, because there is no basis for self-determination, it's not about right and wrong. It's simply some weird that they can do what they think they want to do. I mean, Spanish is a colonial language.
Speaking of people doing what they want to do, I know that there are many people in our audience, many people watching live now. I don't know how many people we have watching live because the internet on my phone isn't working and the
70.
StreamYard won't tell me. But I know all of you, even you, the trolls in the chat, really want to get your hands on a Nikos Guevara t-shirt and get it on yourselves and walk around your wherever you are with that t-shirt, so that it's even available in red. I'm not gonna I don't wear red.
We have it in the revolutionary red and the capitalist yellow, depending on which way you swing, and also in white.
So yeah, those t-shirts are now available in our new shop, which will have a lot more stuff soon, but this you can buy now, and you should.
Do we mention code?
Objectivism.co.uk/shop.
We do have a discount code.
Oh.
But I'm not sure if we want to do it today or leave it for tomorrow.
Yes, let's do it today and leave it for tomorrow, but only during the, can we cut this code after the stream? So only if you order while we're live here, and then we'll have a code. Maybe we'll have a different code for tomorrow's stream. Yeah, you get $5 off if you order during today's stream. You get that discount now. This is the salesiest, salesy Sunday. That's what I was going for before. This is the salesiest show we've had yet, but like we say, we don't just preach capitalism, we practice it. We are a for-profit company, we're not a charity, and you'll see on the t-shirt that we're for-profit. Do you have for-profit on the back?
Yes, we also do have for-profit. We have that in I picked purple, which is kind of the color of ARCUK, has been for a long time, and of course in black. And navy.
And the discount code can be used for that as well, right?
Yes, and they also apply to every, like if you buy multiple ones, they apply for multiple shirts.
Yeah, so you can get as many shirts and you get a discount on each of them. And you can wear Nikos Guevara one day and people might not
Somebody's
know.
asking, why would they want it with this face?
Because that is Nikos. That's why. Now, if you don't know Nikos, you should stay tuned to this channel. He will be on, I don't know the days yet, but he will be on twice in the coming week. And by the way, Daniel, if we can put Nikos's Patreon at some point in the chat, we are selling a bunch of stuff and we want to help support Nikos. Christopher says, ridiculous question. I look, not everybody knows Nikos yet, but they will. And yeah, actually, this is exactly what I was hoping for. The person says, I thought it was Che. That's why you should get both t-shirts. Because one day you wear this and people are like, oh yeah, I'm a commie too. And you can just keep going and you don't have to answer them. But the next day you wear the for-profit shirt and they're like, hang on a second. You wore a Che Guevara t-shirt. And then you could be like, no, that's Nikos Guevara, which is not his real name. But his revolution will actually be positive and better for everybody. People, get that t-shirt now and let's flood the world with Nikos Guevara shirts so that they are everywhere. Race mentions Nikos's channel has grown in leaps and bounds in recent months. That is true as well. So all the more reason to help promote Nikos to the world, help support the Ayn Rand Center UK, support Nikos on Patreon, get the t-shirt and get art from cordair.com, and send 3 more $25 super chats so that we get stuff behind Daniel on the wall. Yes, we are doing Super Bowl quantities, I think, of advertising on this show, but we will also do some actual commentary. Daniel, I can't check the news, so you should be the one to do so. I will actually, let me check if maybe that has changed. But until then, do we have Megan?
I think I do have something from Megan. I have Anna Kasparian reacting to Megan. But I also do have Megan.
Anna Kasparian reacting to Megan sounds like the kind of 2-in-1 that'll make you run out of the store, but we'll buy it. And thank you, Secret Bass Rings, for the $20 super chat. Secret Bass Ring says, keep up the good work, fellas. You are both supporting our work and trolling the troll who was trolling you in one go, and you are $5 short of, but Linda might factor that in if we count super chats together. I don't know.
We didn't mention the price of the shirts.
Oh,
so,
no, but
yeah, just to go back. Just to go back to so both of the shirts are $35, and that includes shipping. So if you get it with a discount, that's just $30 a shirt, which I think is a pretty good price, and it still helps support ARC UK because we do get parts of we do get the profit of that.
Yes,
obviously.
Yes, that price includes both the printing, the shipping, and the actual profit for the Ayn Rand Center UK. Yeah, okay. We will remind people of this shirt. Don't worry. Until the world is flooded with them, you will keep hearing about it, and then some more. Okay.
Robin is asking why no shirts with Nico's yes shirt. We'll work on that. We are still working on many designs, so we will. I think we will restore all the other ones that we had in the past store, and we'll try to bring new ones. And as we've talked with Razi, maybe even try to bring some not sort of necessarily ARC UK related, but sort of Israel or Iran related. We'll see if we can make something that can also make your advocacy for the right ideas good. But yes, Chad Nikos should definitely be made.
Yeah, and by the way, you referred to it as the Nikos yes meme, which is that's not what Robin said, but Robin knows the Nikos yes meme because he's a member, and from time to time when Razi posts on WhatsApp groups an answer to a question to which the answer is yes, I do so with the Nikos yes meme. All the more reason to become a member. Another thing we haven't really sold much on this show, AynRandCenter.co.uk/membership. Yeah, we have 2 different websites. We're serious people here. Okay. Now, just to show how serious we are, let's discuss Anna discussing Megan.
Oh, you want to do that one? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that sounds like, that is the 2-in-1 special. Yeah.
I don't know about you all, but I personally am enjoying being a viewer of Megyn Kelly's, a bit of a renaissance, I guess, a little bit of an enlightenment that she's going through, because she has taken some jabs at her former colleagues over at Fox. She's taking jabs at the warmongers within the Republican Party, and she herself is still very much on the right. And I'm here for it. I'm here to watch it. I love it because it needs to be said. And I think that Tucker Carlson has given other conservatives permission to see US foreign policy for what it really is.
Let's pause. Okay. Daniel, what is the date on that clip? In time.
I think it's relatively. This was posted 20 hours ago. I probably yesterday or 2 days ago, because I haven't seen it before. And as people know, I am looking for content with Anna Kasparian every single day. So.
We don't need to know of all the content you're looking for with her, but congratulations to the first person who bought that shirt who has the name of a great basketball coach. I can't say more because we can't do that, but yeah. And yeah. Something else I was going to say, but I forgot, and I thought it was profound. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the reason I asked for the date is because I'm wondering if this is within, the timeline of Tucker actually coming out officially as an Iranian agent, or as Eyal says, an agent of evil. Like, it might not be fully, like we said, he might not be getting paid for it. He might just do it for his hatred of America. But yeah, it's Oh, and happy birthday to Davy Boy as well. All right. Yeah.
Is that the person who bought the shirt? I think so,
Yes,
right?
who you can't name.
Sure.
Yeah, but
I mean, I'm not gonna say the last name, obviously. By the way, we should also the shipping is worldwide. So yeah, people can get it. And I think generally, if people want to know how quickly it comes, I think from David Boy specifically, I think it's gonna be. I can actually tell him exactly. It's gonna be about week to week and a half. It looks like so far. So generally, I think although you did order it on the weekend, generally I think it's within 2 weeks should definitely be there. And again, that depends where you are exactly. Because mine should be coming soon. Because I got mine, I got the testing one, so I have a little bit special one. Sorry to say, but
yeah,
we
Davy
could,
Boy
I mean,
says
we could do like special orders if people want to see something specific. We can do like a special custom orders.
Davy Boy says Canada. My condolences, but things perhaps will improve there at some point soon. Christopher, who I believe is also in Canada, says they're selling out fast. No, there is unlimited quantities. People buy them in the thousands and distribute them.
Well, I think I already got the message from Printful. We are out of purple for-profit 5XL shirts. So,
all right, we're not out of is
other
Anna
side.
Kasparian content.
Oh, there's not much left, but we can check it out.
Megyn Kelly decided to shred Sean Hannity. You got a little taste of that. Lindsey Graham and President Donald Trump for dragging the United States into a Middle East war on behalf of a foreign country.
Yeah, what country is that, Anna? Also, which U.S. president didn't drag the country into a war in Middle East? It's like a tradition.
Wait, was that it?
Yeah, I mean that's what was left.
Oh, all right. Well, then let's hear. I want to hear Megyn Kelly. I thought she was going to talk about Megyn Kelly, so let's hear that.
I mean, she did, right? Well, I guess not that directly. Although, again, Megyn doesn't talk that much, so this video is 2 days old. We didn't watch it, I believe, but still a little bit older. Megyn. Wait, why am I? Oh, I guess we're gonna do with subtitles.
Then when I was sitting on the couch, a loser, which is what happened to me after NBC with nobody wanting to hear from me, nobody liking me. The right was like pissed about the Trump stuff. And the left was pissed off about the NBC stint at all, never mind how it ended. I was just sitting there feeling sorry for myself, Miranda. And Ben Shapiro called me and said, MK, get up. You got to get off that couch. You should come out here to California and take a look. They were still out there at what we're doing. And he wasn't trying to hire me. He was just trying to help me. So I went and I looked at the Daily Wire operations, and he got me so excited about the medium. I left and I was like, this is what I want to do. And it took me a couple more months.
All right, not much.
What? Wait, she what? This does this go anywhere? Like
Sitting on the
I guess that was the point. I mean, I don't watch these clips before. I don't know what she will say.
Okay.
She's just talking nicely about Ben Shapiro, I guess.
Did I send you? What did I send you earlier? Was it a clip of? It was something related to. Oh yeah, is there a clip in this article, or is it just an article? You know what? Let's read the article. This is from the Sun. So,
the U.S. Sun.
Oh, but it's the
But
same. It's the same Sun. It's not.
Well, yeah, but it's U.S. franchise. So. Do you know, according to U.S. Prime Minister, what kind of readers do read the Sun?
Probably not something that's a compliment.
Yeah. It's a punch of the joke. So it goes like I could do like the whole thing, but like who reads The Guardian? Well, The Guardian is read by the people who think they ought to run the country. The Times is read by the people who actually do run the country. The Daily Mirror is run by the wives of the people who run the country. The Financial Times is run by people who own the country. Then it goes the Morning Star is run by people who think the country is run by another country, and people of the Daily Telegraph think it is. What about the readers of the Sun? The Sun readers don't care who runs the country as long as she's got big tits.
Sounds on point. Page 3 is no longer a thing in any British newspaper because the female form is now offensive to have it on.
Wait, was it like actually part of the Sun?
Yeah, it was not just the Sun. It was every tabloid in the UK. You would open it, and on the third page, you would have a topless woman. Like that was the thing. And in the Sun, it would usually had like one of those speech bubbles where she gives her thoughts on the news. But yeah, this was also in left-wing papers, but left-wing papers stopped it first. I think the Sun at some point made some statement about like we're not feminist or what have you, so we're gonna keep showing topless women. And then, of course, the Sun. I remember the Sun back when Tony Blair was prime minister, and I remember it bragging about how the Sun has. Their endorsement has always basically crowned the prime minister for the past 30 years or so. And which I always thought was weird because, yeah, they sometimes endorse the Labour person. They sometimes endorse the Conservative candidate. But they had been going after Tony Blair since he won re-election in 2001, I believe, until the election of 2005. And then they endorsed him by saying, this is your last chance. Like, we're not going to endorse you again, when he said he's not going to run again already. And they had been going after him for being horrible for his entire last term because they saw that in the polls, there was no question and he was going to win. So, yeah, the Sun is not an impressive newspaper. And on that note, let's read the Sun. Iranian troops are deserting in their droves after being handed just 10 bullets each, while those injured in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes are being left to die, sources have claimed. As the Iran war enters its third week, frontline units have been left struggling with limited ammunition and inadequate basic supplies, such as drinking water and food. Sources cited by Iran International described the conditions as, quote, harsh, and warned that some soldiers perceived them as neglect by commanders. This is a quote from the report. In one example cited by the sources, some units were issued only 20 bullets for every 2 soldiers, leaving troops with little capacity to respond to potential attacks. Intelligence firm Flashpoint warned of, quote, tensions between the army and the Iran's Revolutionary Guard as a result, pointing to the fragility of the Iranian military. One of the sharpest points of friction appears to involve medical support for wounded soldiers. Sources said that regular army units are suffering significant casualties, but that IRGC personnel have refused to transport injured army soldiers to hospitals despite having access to medical facilities. Consider the contrast there between Israel, that unfortunately actually sacrifices the potential to win a war so that it can bring back soldiers and obviously civilians, and in some cases remains of people they know are killed. Whereas in Iran, they're like, you're cannon fodder. Do your job knowing you're cannon fodder and knowing that you are going to a certain death, because what matters is that we kill Jews, not that we stay alive.
Not much to add here.
There's a bit more to the article. Revolutionary Guards officials are understood to have rejected repeated army requests for assistance, citing shortages of ambulances and blood supplies. This friction includes refusal to transport wounded army soldiers and suggests the Iranian military system is under unsustainable internal stress, Flashpoint said in a briefing. That strain, however, is reportedly not limited to Artesh, the Islamic Republic of Iran army. IRGC, founded in the early days of the 1979 Islamic Revolution by Ayatollah Khomeini, which are seen as the spine of the regime, are reportedly facing similar conditions. Even within IRGC missile units, traditionally the best resourced parts of Iran's military, there have been reports of communications, equipment failures, and shortages of food and other basic supplies. The U.S.-Israeli air campaign has struck thousands of sites across Iran, most belonging to the military and the IRGC. Earlier today, the Israeli Defense Forces said that more than 6,000 IRGC operatives, including senior commander and senior regime officials, have been killed by IDF fire, but the figure has not been independently confirmed. A bit more from this in a moment, but yeah, this does go back to look how little these people value their own lives, certainly the lives of their soldiers. Look at how their entire country, not just their armed forces, but their entire country is built around killing others. And it doesn't matter if the people doing the killing even have the basic resources to be able to do the killing, but if they do, that's as far as we go. So yeah, it's a country that if you look at the uprising and you look at the people who are maybe not rising up against the government, this is the kind of stuff that sustained pressure will help. And then when the moment, and remember, Israel is doing more than sustained pressure. It's also targeting specifically the people like the Basij forces, specifically people whose job it is to stop and kill protesters and anybody who might rise up against the government. So yeah, it is doable, people. Do not believe the naysayers in All In podcast and all the other defeatists across the American right for some reason, because yeah, that is just not the case. And yeah, the Iranian people are still at times out there and fighting and marching, and mostly they are waiting, I think, for the moment that they are called upon, and then they will come out. So yeah, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of stuff you would see in like the Tsarist Russia, where it's like the soldiers had to share rifles because they didn't have enough of them to go around. It's it's a ridiculous thing. I mean, again, we are talking about the nation that was getting ready for war with the West for, I mean, basically 50 years or almost 50 years, basically since the revolution started. And the leader of that revolution, or the sort of spiritual leader of that revolution, died on the first day, in like first 5 minutes or so of the war. So yeah, this is the type of nation we are dealing with. That again, the people all in podcast would say we have to give up and run away. What's up?
Okay, do you have a video for us to play? Get us something. If you don't have something right now, please get something from the Young Turks, longer than what we just saw. But okay, this is a tweet from a member. Yeah, I do see Netanyahu actually did respond to the accusation of him being dead. I also see Ayub Khan. Is Ayub Khan the scumbag from Birmingham? He's a member of parliament. Is that the scumbag from the part where Aston Villa is?
Not sure.
Can you look that up while I read the tweet? Well, it's secondary. Priority is finding a Young Turks video. Ayub Khan is a member of parliament. He tweeted, "Is Benjamin dead? Well, it's becoming more and more likely. I suspect he is dead or at least very seriously injured. Yet the media is completely silent on this topic despite the social media meltdown around this topic. First of all, it's this guy is a member of parliament and is that level of kind of conspiracy crap. He is choosing to peddle that level of conspiracy crap, and this says something about where Britain is going. So yeah, I always object to the London has fallen stuff, but this is an actual sitting. And this is he's definitely, yeah, he is from Birmingham, so I'm guessing I got it right. This is the guy who pushed the Aston Villa Maccabi fans, did stuff in Amsterdam and did stuff in the match against West Ham in 2023, which never happened. And yeah, he is okay, this person I think is a spammer and needs to be removed. But yeah, so this is what you have now in the British Parliament. And what do you think this is a kind of indication as to where this country is going? Because I certainly do, and it's a huge wow, he posted a lot about it. Oh, here's another thing from this scumbag. Just to give you a wider context on what he does when he's not following the latest conspiracy crap online. So Ayub Khan says, this is from 16 hours ago. There's growing speculation of the murder of 165 school children wasn't that the murder of 165 school children wasn't hit by accident. Many of the children were reportedly from military families, and the message being conveyed, no doubt, is even your children are fair game, a warning to every soldier. This is a supporter of the Palestinians. Remember, this is somebody not just a supporter of the Palestinians. He got elected to parliament on a essentially, although not in those words, kill the Jews ticket. That's who he is, and they are using this story. This is why you should never answer the arguments that these people make. You should never say, "Oh no, it really wasn't deliberate. We're very sorry." No, you should point out who these people are. The people who are the conversation and should be the conversation are the savages who start wars, the savages who oppress their own people. And if you support them, you are a part of the conversation, a topic of conversation, not whatever accusations you make.
Yeah, I mean, it's truly depressing the fact that not only these people talk out, but yeah, they get elected, right? And maybe this guy will maybe lose the next election, although it looks like he's running with the your party. Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, they have a logo now, which is a triangle.
Really?
Yeah. Want to see it?
What kind of triangle?
Just a PNG of a triangle.
Oh, all right. Anyway, yeah, their logo is as exciting as their name, but don't let that fool you. These are really, really sinister human beings who are evildoers and support evildoers. And yeah.
Wait, what is their member in parliament?
What?
It says they have a member in the House of Commons. Who?
Yeah, they have 5 members in the House of Commons, if I remember correctly. Among them, Jeremy
looks
Corbyn.
like Jeremy Corbyn, Shokat Adam, and Ayub Khan are all independent or sitting as independent.
Yeah.
So who's the one? Is it Sultana?
Maybe. I don't know why the others are sitting as independents. But anyway, I don't know if... yeah. Yeah, I don't know the details of how that works. But anyway, okay. do you have something for us from the Young Turks? And then we'll go to, well, in between, we'll go to some news unless there's something super urgent, which I haven't seen. Oh. Well, let me go to this quickly. So, the Trump administration will announce sometime this week the coalition of countries that have agreed to escort ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, that is interesting. And Iran has also issued a warning to certain areas in the Emirates, in the United Arab Emirates, and in Qatar. You gave shelter to American soldiers, and I guess that. Oh yeah, and you might be attacked in the coming hours.
Tom Massey isn't, even if you disagree with him, he isn't corrupt at all. Rand Paul is fighting against this war. Look, guys, it's humiliating. Tucker Carlson is fighting against this war more than any of the Democratic leaders are. So, okay, but my biggest frustration and anger is reserved for the so-called progressives in Congress. Where are you guys? Where's the squad? Okay, where are you guys? Where's the progressive caucus? Nowhere to be found. I can't even see Bernie. I don't see anybody fighting against. There's only Ro Khanna. And then they're going to tell us later, oh, no, you should vote for other people who secretly thought the war was a really bad idea, but didn't do anything about it. Didn't vote that way, didn't fight that way, didn't go on media, didn't make the case against war. Oh, but they had one tweet once in the midst of this giant, disastrous war. Instead of screaming their heads off, instead of calmly, coolly, strategically making sure the war is not funded, they did bupkis. They did zero. And later they'll lie to you and go, oh, they were heroes. And no, meanwhile, Tucker Carlson's outflanking us on the anti-war position. What if Tucker runs for president? And let's say it's Tucker versus AOC. AOC is going to say what? She was more anti-war than Tucker was?
Is this the future of American politics? I'm more anti-war. No, I'm more anti-war.
It's fascinating because he's already like laying the groundwork for who he's going to endorse, and he's telling you he's not telling you he's going to endorse the Republican in 2028. He's telling you he's going to endorse whoever is more anti-Semitic, and that's what he means by anti-war. Again, none of the people who define themselves as anti-war are not vehemently like pro-war. Like these are pro-war people. They just want to see America lose, and they certainly want to see Israel lose and wiped off the map. So, yeah, Tucker will pay close attention. Cenk will pay close attention to whoever is running on the most strongly anti-Israel ticket, and it could be two anti-Israel tickets. It could be J.D. Vance versus whoever the Democrat is going to be anti-Israel. There's no doubt about it. There is doubt about whether or not the Republican will be anti-Israel or pro-Israel, because there are pro-Israel Republicans. Cenk is saying, look, Democrats, it basically is going to be, it's going to be who I endorse is going to be up to the Republicans, because if they choose my kind of guy, a Tucker Carlson, then I will go with that, because Tucker is as full on as one can be.
Yeah, also that's like a weird comparison, because like fundamentally, like Tucker Carlson isn't running for office right now, so he doesn't have to deal with anything, while the people in Congress are. I don't know specifically if like the squad is like silent about this, or the Progressive Caucus, or people that are like silent about this. I haven't actually been following that closely. American congressmen and women. But also, I kind of hope. I mean, to some extent, I hope that the Democrats are basically like, "Oh my God, thank God, we are doing something about Iran," because otherwise we wouldn't. I mean, we'll see that. I guess they'll always vote against Trump, right? and I think for good reasons from like their perspective, because they cannot be seen supporting administration no matter what. I think they are hoping to basically slide in. Ideally, Trump removes the threat in Iran, and then they take a House and Congress, or they take House and Senate, and then they take the presidency later on, and they have a full, basically full government, or like full House, Senate, and the White House, and can go do whatever they want and don't have to deal with Iran. I mean, what a great position to be in.
One of the trolls in the chat, in a conversation between trolls that I haven't been paying attention to, so I only saw this, said the same entity who played Nicole Simpson plays Megyn Kelly. So yeah, that gives you a bit of an insight into the kind of people who are anti-Israel in general.
What?
Nicole Simpson.
Why are we talking about Nicole Simpson?
Because a troll in the chat is showing their the level of discourse that they bring to the table, and I think it's important to mention. But important to mention and then move on. I don't think it's important to discuss.
I just don't get the logic. What does Nicole Simpson have to do with Jews?
You need to pay closer attention to trolls in the chat before you use words like logic in their context whatsoever. Davey Boy gives us another terrifying look into the future. Maybe the woman from Code Pink will run for president. I mean, she will definitely run because she does. That's what she does. It's normally in the halls of Congress, running after senators and congressmen who are not pro-genocide, i.e. pro-Palestinian, pro-killing all the Jews. But yeah.
Alex is asking O.J. Simpson's wife. Well, ex-wife, because he killed her. So,
well, yeah, wasn't she his ex already?
She might have been actually.
Anyway, yeah, somebody says anti-war for invading Jerusalem day one. Yeah, that it's always interesting that the people who
but also destroying Jews is the anti-war position.
That's what's amazing here is that all these people support like the most primitive savages in the world. Can you imagine anybody who they are supporting describing themselves as anti-war? Can you imagine Iran that has death to America, death to Israel, and only offensive weaponry, calling themselves anti-war? Pezeshkian running for election, against other Ayatollah-approved candidates, saying, "I'm the anti-war candidate." Like he would get shot by the Ayatollah himself if he called himself that. Can you imagine a Palestinian saying, "I'm anti-war. We are going to bring a stop to wars"? No, they want to bring a stop to Jews living, and so do the Chanks of the world. They just have to lie because I guess they know who their audience is.
All right, what do we want to do now?
I do want to watch more videos, and if you don't have any of the usual suspects, and I think Owen Jones is probably, I don't want Owen Jones on the weekend, so I think there is a possibility that we might have to go to the woman who wished she could become Mrs. Ginsburg, but unfortunately, as you know, Abby, it's not going to happen between us. Yeah, if you have anything from her from like the last 2 or 3 days, let's go with that, and if not, something else. Thank you, Zealand Zen, for the super chat. Zealand says, "I appreciate your shows. Thank you. We appreciate your appreciation and your support, and everybody else's support. This has been a great super chat day. We are selling shirts as well, as you know, with a discount code that will expire after we are no longer live, and then we will have a separate discount code for tomorrow, and that's it. I don't know if forever, but that's it for now. The shirt is worth $35 as well. If we're gonna, it's worth
I paid even more because I both paid for the shirt and then I had to pay for making the shirt, and I think it's still worth it.
It is worth it, people. So yeah, buy the shirt, buy it at the discount or without a discount, and yeah, hopefully you are also buying art. It is this is the weekend to buy stuff and to buy the stuff that you hear about here. And we are 20 minutes away from Linda joining us once again, where we will see some of the art you can buy, and a portion of the proceeds will go towards supporting the Ayn Rand Center UK. If you put ARCUK in the code ARCUK at checkout when you make a purchase. Okay, Daniel. Oh, and also, if we do get 3 more super chats of $25, there is a chance Daniel will get. I don't know, Linda, can you elaborate? There will be art, hopefully, right behind Daniel. Let's make that clearer so that we can help Daniel get some art on the wall behind him. Sounds good. You know what?
I think that's what. Wait, what is this? Oh my God! Abby Martin confronts Nancy Pelosi over Pentagon spending. This is like 4 years old.
No 4 years old.
She doesn't talk. I don't know where she talks. She does like random stuff. Oh, we did cover this on the Real News Network. I don't think there's anything new. She doesn't do like the daily stuff. She just. Should we listen to Francesca Albanese?
No. Okay, let's hear Abby Martin and Nancy Pelosi from a few years ago, and then and then we can show something nicer. Although I haven't vetted this, but Linda, I think I'm going to send Daniel what you sent me. And oh my God, I made the brilliant decision to forget my charger, and I won't have a phone soon, but.
You don't have a charging station on your.
I don't think there is a charging station here. There is usually a charger with me.
Well, you buy a charging station.
All right. Let's play Abby Martin versus Nancy Pelosi.
Oh my God, I love this guy. All right. Wait. Oh, this is from November 10th, 2021 at Glasgow's COP26. That's some environmentalist thing, isn't it? COP.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I want a woman.
Oh my God. Okay. Imagine saying that, like, I want a woman asking a question and Abby Martin is the one asking the question.
Yeah, and that's, Nancy Pelosi is not like moderate left. So imagine who you have to be. By the way, the first thing I thought when I saw the way they're sitting and I see it on kind of a small screen is this some sort of Muslim prayer? But then I'm like, no, there's women there. But no, this is COVID times, right? So that's social distancing.
Oh, kind of, yeah.
Gender equality here.
I can't hear. Can you rewind?
Yeah, she's just quiet. Give it a second. Jesus.
Abby Martin with the Empire Files. Speaker Pelosi, you just presided over a large increase in the Pentagon budget. This Pentagon budget is already massive. The Pentagon is a larger polluter than 140 countries combined. How can we seriously talk about net zero if there is this bipartisan consensus to constantly expand this large contributor to climate change, which is exempt from these conferences? Military is exempt from climate talks.
Well, I just want to use an example if I can.
The rest is probably them talking, I guess. It's just Abby Martin asking a question. Yeah, I don't know if you want to listen to their responses.
You know what? I want to listen to a little bit because I want to see how they deal with the likes of Abby Martin. I wonder if they know, like, I don't know who's answering now, but I wonder if Nancy Pelosi knows who she's dealing with when Abby Martin says, Abby Martin, Empire Files, and you're like, oops. Or does she not actually know? And let's hear it.
Well, I just want to use an example if I can. The sea level rise is an important part of what's happening to the climate. And I am not a defense person, but I've had so many talks with the Defense Department, with the Navy in particular, about how they have to respond to what's going on. So I really do think that there is no reason why what we're putting together, with Build Back Better and other things, can't respond to the Defense Department and have the same impact in terms of reducing emissions. And I do think that the Defense Department is very much aware of the fact that they have to play a major role, both from a strategic as well as, for the good of the world. So I don't see what we're doing in any way, or, increasing the defense budget as being something that's inconsistent with climate action. I really don't.
And may I just add that national security advisors all tell us that the climate crisis is a national security matter. It is, of course, a health matter for our children, the water they drink.
Okay,
the
I love this.
breathe,
Yeah, the climate crisis is a national security crisis. It's a Palestinian issue. It's a bunch of issues, and also it's you can't solve the climate crisis, which requires us to stop using fossil fuels, without giving oil to Cuba. I think this was too early for that, but yeah. All of the global warming alarmism and everything around it was always wrapped in this sort of like in your face dishonesty and in your face hypocrisy. Now the hypocrisy problem there isn't their actions, although I don't like that necessarily if politicians are flying private jets. I don't know what I think about that, although I don't know if she does. But yeah, the problem isn't the hypocrisy, isn't their actions that don't match their stated values. It is their stated values that are unlivable, and therefore their actions can't fully match them. So what should be challenged there is the ideology, not necessarily the action. But of course, you can't answer a person like that without wrapping it up in whatever crap it was wrapped up in.
Robin, answer to your question is yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to even do with this. The climate crisis is the national security stuff, or that to me it seemed like more of a non-answer. Like what she was asking was basically, hey, the military is a huge emitter, and then now you increase defense spending. That is not, and defense spending is not part of this Green New Deal or Build Back Better or whatever it was back then. And it's a dumb question from the perspective of I don't care for environmentalism, but from her perspective, I guess it's an okay thing. And yeah, they give because they know that okay, we're not decreasing defense spending. That's not even Democrats understand that this is not a feasible situation, right? So they have to just give some BS answers. No, we are doing it, and it is a national security thing. It's
do you have another clip for us, or do you want to read some news and then get us another clip?
Well, you sent me that thing. I don't know. Do you want to play it or?
Oh yeah, we do have another clip. So yeah, let's play that. That is something positive. Afterwards, if we need more clips, and I think we will, we'll want some news first. Then we have Linda, but also if you want to take the stories I shared on Instagram, I think at least the recent one, if I remember correctly, is very relevant here. But let's watch something a bit nicer. I hope. I haven't seen it, but
do you wanna give a £200 super chat goal?
Do we have something to offer in exchange?
Well, we are just £13 away from that.
That's very.
I still haven't given my financial advice, by the way.
Oh, well, that needs to happen now. Actually, we keep postponing it. So you do that, and then let's go to the clip, and then I will try to think of a goal for when we reach 200.
All right, listen up, folks. So here is the basic. Well, one, it's not a financial advice. I would give the speech that I gave earlier again. Nobody should be giving you financial advice that doesn't know your particular financial situation, doesn't know what work you have, what's your family life, what's your long-term goals, and all that. But I think generally we can make some broad general goals. So at least for me, what is the point of investment? What is the point of putting away money? Generally, long-term retirement or financial independence. Retirement means you will most likely not work for the rest of your life, while financial independence just means you can do whatever you want to some extent, and you basically have money you can like live off your investments. So generally, that's the goal of investing. Okay, how do you invest? Well, first, you should, I think, invest long term, meaning 20, 30 years minimum, where it's like it's money you put away and you do not touch under any circumstances. Because of that, the first thing you need to do is emergency fund. You get different advices, but let's say 6 to 12 months of living expenses put in some short term or in some account, usually some cash fund that gives you like 2-3% a year, something short term like bonds, maybe something that you can easily access and that you could live off if you lose your job, if you have some health issue unexpectedly, anything like that. Then when it comes to, okay, what do we invest in? I'd say broadly, I mean, there's a few things to discuss, but you want to do something that's low cost, something that's diversified, and something that you can relatively easily, and also tax efficient. So for me, it's very clear. You do, I could, like, if you live in Slovakia specifically, you buy FTSE All World ETF. What does that mean? ETF is an exchange traded fund, meaning it's let's say you have S&P 500 and you don't want to buy all of the stocks in S&P 500. Well, the ETF is basically, there is a company, for example Vanguard, that do buy all those stocks for you, and then they give you one stock which allows you to buy all of those. So for me, I do FTSE All World, which includes like Western companies and also emerging markets. So the goal there is diversification. The goal generally of diversification is, now we are going maybe into specifics. So I won't go too much into that. Maybe that can be like another goal. Like I go into like every single concept, but you want something that's basically big. That's not just one country. That's not just maybe one area. You want broadly diversified, meaning pretty much a lot of the world. And low cost, meaning the biggest eater of your long-term gains are going to be costs for the ETF. So you don't want a fund that has like 1 or 2% yearly cost, because generally over long term, what you're looking for is like 8-9%. If you get 8 or 9% a year and your like cost for it is like 1%, that's a huge cost. So for example, FTSE All World, I think they cut the cost, it's like 0.2% or something. You should not buy anything that's more than 0.5. Everything should be under, like even under 0.2, especially if you are in America. We are talking like 0.05 like yearly cost. How often do you invest? Every time you get a paycheck, part of your money should go towards this. Again, this is for your retirement or financial independence, and you don't touch that money. Do you have like question? You seem like fidgeting.
Oh no, I'm always fidgeting. It's good to move. But
Okay.
no, I have comments on the chat.
Sure.
But yeah.
So, and that's most of the idea. It's very simple. It's not easy, because no matter what, like right now, the stock market is going down, of course. What do? I ignore that because I don't care, because I invest long term. I don't chase trends. I don't do any I don't chase like specific companies or anything. I do one fund. I'm good with that. In Slovakia, for example, it's also tax exempt, so I'm benefiting in that regard. And the point of investing is, again, over long term to secure your retirement or financial independence. It's not to make quick money. It's nothing like that. So no crypto, no like penny stocks, no like GME, like we have to get there. Generally, if you want to make actually more money, my one advice is get better qualification. The best way to actually make money is to improve your life in terms of like get a better job, get more hours, or get better qualifications. You don't get rich through investing, you retire through investing. So generally, if you want to like actually do something different, get a different job. That's mostly
okay. I want to just Merab says I think investing in Israeli companies is bad because of the haters and anti-Semitism. I would not go by that, although I'm not the one giving.
So here is the way it works. Your investing, I think, should be generally, you shouldn't pick and choose. So do I own Israeli companies? Yes. Do I have more Israeli companies or less than Israeli companies than like average? No, I just go by whatever. Basically, you buy companies like S&P 5. Let's say you buy S&P 500. Well, you don't buy it like every share equally. You buy it by market capitalization. So in S&P 500, you have 500 companies. But if you buy S&P 500 ETF, you like 7% of that might be like Apple or Nvidia. And like the small companies, you might have like 0.05%. Because generally, big companies over long term are more likely to generate positive return. But again, you don't know which companies will actually succeed. That's why you do whole ETF. So for example, the FTSE All World is like, I think like 4,000 companies or something like that.
Just a couple of things in the chat. First of all, Merab, it's Denny Avdia, not David Avdia. And I doubt that many anti-Semites know who he is. But yeah, if they do, they might, you might be in trouble. But yeah, Denny Avdia is great, and it's fun to see what he's doing in the NBA. One of the trolls in the chat, again, this is to give you context of who you're dealing with when you're dealing with anti-Israel people, says, and this is a troll who's here every day throughout the stream, says O.J. Simpson was set up and took the fall. First of all, he didn't take the fall. They let him off the hook. But no, it was even one of the jurors made it clear, with the Black Power sign, that it was nothing. They didn't acquit him because they thought he was guilty. They acquitted him because he was black. So, yeah. All right. Let's watch the SNL clip, and then we will be joined by Linda.
You have no questions, no?
No, because I'm wary of the topic being discussed on the channel at all. So I'm like, but yeah, I think people appreciated it.
Yeah, I saw Robin said, what kind of financial advice is this? I thought I could 10x my money. If I would give one financial advice, is there is no free lunch and you will never 10x your money. Or rather, you will never, again, what you're like always trying to balance is the risk to how much you made. So like when you 10x your money, you probably took an insane amount of risk that just happened to pay off. But over long term, that doesn't pay off. Like you can go to roulette, or you can go to like a casino and like bet on some, go to roulette and bet 37, wait, 24 red or whatever bet. And let's say you hit that. You made an insane amount of money. But if you continue doing that, eventually you'll lose all your money. And I would say that's the same with crypto or with any sort of like 10x things. Usually you're taking an insane amount of risk that will not pay off over long term.
Yes, Robin, it was obvious that it was a joke, but Daniel used it to make a serious point. And we do have Linda coming up soon. I don't think we're going to watch the whole clip, but let's watch some of it.
Well, many are.
Yeah, it did pick up at the beginning. I thought, okay, after seeing Ami Kozak, that's not much. But yeah, when it came to the actual points, very well done. Yeah, was that from yesterday or is that from way back when?
Well, it's Saturday Night Live, so
yeah, but it has aired on other Saturday nights.
Okay. I didn't think of
Anyway,
that.
Linda might be able to answer that question. Is she joining us? Yes, she is.
Hello. Actually, I learned from the last one, if I, whoopsie, turn the phone this way and get rid of, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you also get rid of us so that we can see you and the art better? And yeah.
Sorry about that, but you get a better view of the art, which is what's really important. Some really cool relief sculptures behind me, my work table. But yes, thank you. And what is going on here with the Zoom? Yikes, that was crazy. Let me push this a little bit further away. Y'all don't need to see all my wrinkles. Daniel has got an image to put up, if you would please. I want to go ahead and make sure that everybody gets a chance to see the John Wass piece. This is right straight from our website. This is Freedom's Fire. And we are taking a print wait list. So there's a link on there to an email. You can send us an email and get added to the print wait list. The original is still available. We are not likely to release the prints until the original sells. However, I will give ARC UK credit for people who join the print wait list and then eventually buy the prints. So even though you can't physically buy the print today, I will honor the ARC UK promotion that we're doing when you send me an email. Just make sure you mention ARC UK in the email. Also, other things that you can purchase today that are not expensive. If you go online, you'll find signed books by Quent Cordair, his screenplays, his short stories.
Wait. Before you continue, Daniel, can we see Linda again? So we can see what books she's holding up.
I'm still there. I still see me. But Lunch Break, My Kingdom, his Idolatry series. And if you end up buying it on Amazon, just send me a note and a copy of the receipt. And I will also give ARC UK credit for that today as well and tomorrow. So I hope that everybody is enjoying all of the beautiful artwork. I'm going to flip the camera, let you see. This is my view from my desk every single day. We got some boxes here because I got pieces going out. I even have a ladder out because I've got some lighting to work on tonight before I go home. But this is just one side of the gallery. We have two beautiful sides to the gallery here in Jackson, Wyoming. But more importantly, because most of you can't come here, you can come here any day by just going to cordair.com. Make those purchases today, and I will include a free gift so that we can get some more money in the hands of these great guys. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Linda. And yes, many of us are trying to come up with an excuse to come to Wyoming, but until then, we can all come to cordair.com from wherever we are in the world. So yeah, all the more reason, people, to do so now or tomorrow. Yeah, put the code ARCUK at checkout.
I will say this, we have had some traffic that I'm pretty sure has come from the show today. So traffic onto the website. There is a chat. If you have questions, you can chat with me there or in the chat here. I love talking about the art. I love answering questions about it. And it would mean a lot to have some sales benefit ARC UK.
And we will see you back here tomorrow as well. So thank you, Linda.
Cheers.
Okay, somebody, Merab in the chat says, invite Goldie Gamari, please. I don't know what our chances are of getting Goldie. First of all, she's a very big star. Second of all, she does live streams on her own that are longer than the ones we do, all of us combined. So I don't know if she even has time. And if she
it means we could do it together.
That's possible. And we mentioned, was it the day before the war, right? The day before the war started, she was one of the people who were the topic of the reality show. And Apollo Zeus, who is a member of the YouTube channel, of the Ayn Rand Center UK YouTube channel, super chatted on her show, mentioned that we mentioned her. She had a positive reaction. So it's not impossible, but I think it's very unlikely. But of course, if Goldie will join us, we would love to have her. And we are intending to try to get some people who have, were born in Iran. There are some people we know. I would have expected to be more successful in trying to get them within the first 16 days of the war. But part of it is we are spending a lot of our time live, and so have less time to do things in between live streams. But yes, there are more people we should absolutely invite and get on the show.
Before I check out, I would love to see some chatter in the chat about what pieces in the gallery that you love, which artists you like, what you'd like to see more of. So if you're spending any time at Cordair.com at all, this is 30 years of our lives that we've poured into this. And there's a possibility, no promises, but we might be able to get Quent Cordair on tomorrow.
That would be absolutely amazing. So all the more reason, people, to tune in tomorrow, and yeah, it's gonna be a great show, and we'll have Linda on several times, and hopefully we'll have Quent as well. So thanks, Linda, and see you tomorrow. And Daniel, do we have news updates? I'm not going to check on my phone because of the battery situation.
I did a super chat to get you a new charging station.
Oh, very much appreciated. I do have a charger. I have a charger that a power bank that I carry with me, and I have a charger that I just don't have the cable for some reason.
Worried about you.
Normally, no, this is not a normal problem for me. And Nikos would, if this happened on a podcast when Nikos was on, he would leave in protest and never to be heard from again. So yeah, I will remind myself of that when we do have Nikos later on in the week.
Why would he?
Nikos has certain rules. Like, have you never heard Nikos's what is it, 150 red flags on a first date, and one of them is if she doesn't have a charged phone, that's just walk off or something like that. Maybe Nikos can explain it better when he's on. People ask him in the super chats when we have him for his rules. Oh, that can be a super chat goal. Nikos's dating rules. By the way, Linda, another thing I should thank you for is suggesting super chat goals. That has done very well for us. So thank you for that, and thank the people. Thank you to the people who made it happen multiple times in the week that we've been doing it. It has worked.
Absolutely, and it's always a pleasure. You know what? It's so much easier to clean someone else's house. So if I can help you guys out, it's definitely a pleasure.
Thanks. And Daniel, news updates, which might not be a pleasure, but
Israel and Lebanon to hold ceasefire talks in the coming days.
Yeah, Daniel, when I read news updates, you should listen to them because I already read them. But yeah, that's troubling stuff. Robin, I don't think you want me signing your calendar, but if that's a thing, I will do it. But
not sure how we're going to do that.
Well, Robin is just across the channel here.
You know what?
But he is in a country that I try to avoid. But
hey, he has French fries.
I had an idea for the Spark too, and I don't know if Kathleen yesterday mentioned it in the chat, or if somebody else brought it up, or why I got this idea. But you know how firefighters do calendars?
Oh, an ARC UK fireman's calendar?
Yeah.
You realize that means scantily clothed ARC UK members. I don't know. Holding kittens and puppies.
We'll discuss that behind the scenes, or in a production meeting, which is kind of behind the scenes, but ARC UK Inner Circle members on YouTube get to see those, which is another reason you should join that membership level.
Yeah, and I'll get toned in gym in the meantime.
Do you have any other news updates except that depressing update that Israel is about to throw in the towel, allow Hezbollah to continue to exist, and basically
No, I
well,
don't
Baker
think.
is full of offensive comments today, by the way. What's going on? I don't know what
What?
we've done to piss you off today, but all right. Yeah.
What happened?
There's a comment that's a bit, but anyway, continue.
What comment? No, I don't see. I mean, all of this is what you've read, so I don't see anything new.
All right, I am concerned about that possibility because look, there is no point in negotiating, and this is a negotiation that's only when we're winning. Like nobody said, "Oh, let's sit down." Emmanuel Macron didn't jump in when Israel was under daily fire from South Lebanon for a year, and tens of thousands of Israelis had to evacuate their homes and live in a somewhere in a hotel in the south of Israel or wherever for nearly a year. And Biden didn't step in. They all stepped in as soon as Israel started responding, saying we need de-escalation, and daily statements that sounded like they were copy paste across all these different countries. We need de-escalation. Now they're worried again. They're worried not because they're worried about the people of Lebanon. They're worried about Israel defending itself. So yeah, no, absolutely no to negotiation with Lebanon. No to anything that stops the military action there before that mission is accomplished. And Hezbollah is a thing of the past, not greatly diminish their capabilities, not any of that crap, not postpone the next war by years, just end the threat once and for all.
John Lewis said it best, nothing less than victory.
Yep, and that is the path to actual peace. That's how you achieve peace, by getting rid of the people who are the reason why there can never be peace, because they would rather die than let you live. Daniel?
I don't really have.
Okay, so everything is quiet in Israel, and there's no.
I checked out, but I don't know how. So, Daniel, I'm just sitting here waiting for you to make me go away.
Oh,
Daniel is the only one with those abilities at the moment, because some of us haven't figured it out yet. But
you mean check that email?
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. All right, Daniel, I think we need some, at least the last one of my Instagram stories to probably close out the show. Unless those $25 super chats come in and we get some art behind Daniel.
It won't magically appear, just so people know. Wait, you just have one story?
Then that'll be the one.
Palestinianism?
Yep.
All right, since it is on Instagram, and the girls who are watching us, don't message me right now, because your thing will show up.
November 1968 cover of Time magazine. Yasser Arafat's face was seen by the world for the first time. Arafat was a product of the Kremlin's science of disinformation, and he ultimately became an expert in manipulating this invisible weapon. As a first step, the KGB destroyed the official records of Arafat's birth in Egypt, replacing them with fictitious documents that he had been born in Jerusalem.
It amazed me at what great lengths the KGB took to transform an Egyptian-born Marxist into the Palestinian-born terrorist, Yasser Arafat. It took the KGB many years to endow Arafat with a credible birth certificate and other identity documents, to build him a new past and to train him at the KGB Special Operations Training School east of Moscow. The KGB gave Arafat an ideology and an ideological image. The Soviet disinformation machinery portrayed Arafat as a rabid anti-Zionist, an image that was not at all difficult.
The Russians trained the terrorist organizations that we see today. The Ayatollah Khomeini and his people, they were also trained by the Soviets. Yasser Arafat was trained by the Soviets. Mr. Pachepa is a good witness for that too.
Oleg Gordievsky, a former KGB officer who defected to Britain, revealed that in the 70s, the KGB had secretly brought Arafat's terrorists into the Soviet Union to be trained. The KGB disinformation department tasked Arafat to create and head a terrorist group named Fatah, and in the aftermath of the Six-Day War, it catapulted him up as chairman of the PLO. The Matrokin archive also details Arafat's close collaboration with the KGB. In 1978, Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev and his KGB chairman Yuri Andropov started a disinformation plot. The goal? Get the United States to establish diplomatic relations with Arafat. The idea was simple: have Arafat pretend to transform the terrorist PLO into a government in exile that was willing to renounce terrorism. Brezhnev and Andropov believed that newly elected President Jimmy Carter would swallow the bait. As Washington's most favorite tyrant, Moscow gave Ceausescu the job.
Ceausescu envisioned that this disinformation plot might bring the Nobel Peace Prize to both Arafat and himself. That year, I accompanied Ceausescu to Washington, where he convinced Carter that he could persuade Arafat to transform his PLO into a law-abiding government in exile. If the United States would establish official relations, of course.
In 1994, Arafat was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Yet in 2002 alone, there were over 13,000 incidents of terrorism against Israelis committed by Arafat's PLO. 6 months later, the number of Israeli civilians killed by Arafat's martyrs exceeded 700. Few people have noticed that Mahmoud Abbas, who took Arafat's place, was educated in the former Soviet Union. Abbas graduated from Patrice Lumumba University in Moscow, a KGB-controlled school whose secret task was to create a new generation of foreigners dedicated to promoting the Kremlin's interests. Remember 1968 cover.
So, Moody asks, is this documentary credible? It's plausible. I consider it plausible because a lot of the things that I see there are absolutely facts that are known. By the way, what they didn't mention, at least there, was what Mahmoud Abbas has a PhD in, or what his thesis was, which was the Holocaust didn't really happen, or it was just 500,000, and it was some sort of Nazi Zionist plot, which of course is a popular theory among the lowest forms of human. So now some issues I had with that is I don't know if what they counted as terrorist attacks by the PLO was just the PLO, but I'm not sure about the timeline there. If they're just talking about I'm actually not sure. So I wondered if they conflated Hamas or counted Hamas terrorist attacks there as well. But I'm not sure they did, because more than 700 people were killed by Palestinian terrorist attacks over time.
I mean, the woman there was from the American Center for Democracy, which I think is generally credible, but I don't know if this is documentary made by them or just, she was just one of the people interviewed. But generally just,
the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine would count, but again, it depends on the timeline. Like towards the end, they did some terrorism in the Second Intifada. They killed an Israeli minister, I'm not sure. How much they count, how many of the organizations they count, but I will look further into that and try to give you a more elaborate answer tomorrow. Daniel, do you want to give us a final news, or at least a news check, before we wrap up? Because I think we're towards the end.
Doesn't look like anything.
Well, then that is good news. Of course, we hope for good news and a quiet, peaceful night, as peaceful as can be for Israelis. and as unpeaceful as can possibly be for the Iranian regime and for the people of Lebanon who have decided to allow the Iranian regime to fester from within their country and deserve many, many nights that are not quiet until this is over for good. Yeah. Linda asks for a super chat total. Daniel, what is the total? Was it 187? Are we still at that? That again is amazing. Thanks to everybody who supported this episode, and thanks to everybody who went over to Cordair.com. If you haven't done so yet, you can still do so. Get some art. It will be good for you, good for your wall or wherever you put it in your home. And it will, of course, benefit us because a portion of the proceeds will go to the Ayn Rand Center UK. You can also go to objectivism.co.uk/shop and get the Nikos Guevara t-shirt. Use the ARC UK code for a $5 discount. And yeah, the cost there includes shipping and everything. Yeah. Daniel, parting thoughts?
Go buy the shirt. I think that will be my biggest thoughts, takeaway from today. And don't give up on the war in Iran. I think if you think it's a proper war, then you have to fight it. There is no compromising on that vision. As with anything, if something is the right thing to do, you never compromise on it.
And yeah, anybody who wants me to sign things, I don't know if that's a thing, but if it is, yeah, it'll have to be here in London or in Spark. Although me signing things is weird for me. But anyway, what's not weird for me is continuing covering. Moody asks if there are other ways to contribute. Well, there's another great way to contribute. It's by becoming a member, either through the website, aynrandcenter.co.uk/membership. Or becoming a member on the YouTube channel. It's cheaper. There are fewer perks, but including the WhatsApp groups, you have to become a member through the website in order to join those. But yeah, that always helps. And yeah, as we mentioned, the Nikos Guevara t-shirt, even with the discount code, we make a profit. So that is another way to support us. And you also support us just by wearing it and getting the world to accept that Che Guevara is out, Nikos is in, and the Ayn Rand Center UK will be here tomorrow and every day. We will be here earlier tomorrow than we were today. And yeah, every day throughout the day until the total victory. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks to Eyal, who joined us earlier. Thanks everybody who watched, everybody who supported this show. We will see you tomorrow.